A little fish story. There are a great many million fish in the seas, but this story is about just one of them, and a very small one at that. Now, this little fish had everything in the seas to make him contented, but he was not happy. You will laugh when I tell you why he was not. He was unhappy because he was so very small. It is very hard to be such a little mite of a fish, he would say, over and over again. If I were only larger, how much happier I could be. And he said it so many times that I think he believed it. One day he was swimming along with the rest of his school and thinking, no doubt, how much more the larger fish had to be thankful for than he, when suddenly, with no warning, they found themselves in the meshes of a great net. There was much floundering and splashing as the net was drawn up out of the water into the sunlight, and just as its hull was being emptied into the boat, the smallest fish in the school wriggled through the mesh and slipped back into the cool, clear water. How good it felt! He swam here and there and everywhere, and some of the fish who knew him well all the rest of his life said that they never again heard him say that he wished to be anything but a little fish. A perfect beach hat. Kimmy was visiting her Aunt Jane at her house at the beach. It was a beautiful summer day. Kimmy built a giant sand castle in the morning. Aunt Jane took pictures of the castle to send to Kimmy's parents. Kimmy wanted to play on the beach that afternoon. She wanted to build another sand castle. Aunt Jane told her it was too sunny. Aunt Jane said Kimmy could only go if she had sunscreen and a hat. Kimmy didn't have a hat. Aunt Jane had a lot of hats. Aunt Jane said that Kimmy could borrow one of hers, since bigger hats were better anyway. Kimmy tried on 4 hats. The pink one was really pretty, but it had a big bow. The ribbons kept going into Kimmy's eyes. That would not be good for building a sand castle. The blue hat was too fancy. Kimmy did not like that hat at all. The red hat was nice, but it had flowers on it. Kimmy was afraid the flowers would get dirty. Then Kimmy saw a big straw hat with a short red ribbon on it. The bow was not too droopy. The hat was not too fancy. It would be easy to clean. Kimmy knew it was the perfect hat. Mike's kite. There were 5 mice who lived on an island. They loved to ride their bikes and fly their kites. One night, they sat down to eat their rice. Mike, the youngest, would not eat. "Oh my!" he cried. "I went for a hike and lost my white kite. It flew so high that it went right up into the sky." "Don't cry, Mike. Wipe your eyes. Tomorrow, when we rise, we will climb the highest hill and see what we can find." At daylight, the 5 mice set out, but there was no kite in sight. The mice sighed. "Wait, wait, I think I spy a tiny kite," said Spike, the eldest of the 5. Off they went to catch the kite. Mike was beaming with delight. "Thank you, you are all so kind," said Mike, and gave each mouse a big hug. The Secret Feast. Every week, the geese, the chimpanzees, the monkeys, and their fleas would meet to have a feast. They ate wheat and cream and coffee beans. One day, Steve, the sheep, found them feasting in a tree. "Please," said Steve, "I also want to meet and greet and eat." The geese and fleas looked down and said, "Nice speech. Come up and take a seat." "I cannot reach there. My legs are too weak," said Steve. "See, you have no wings, no long arms, no jumpy legs. You cannot feast with us," said the fleas. "But," said the chimpanzee, "we are not mean. We will come down and sit in the green field with you." So, the animals all sat down to a picnic to meet and greet and eat. Oh, what a treat! A day at the zoo. "Tommy, there is no school today. Do you want to visit the zoo?" Mommy smiled. "If we leave soon, we can be there by noon." "What is there to do at the zoo?" asked Tommy. "Well, we'll go and see the animals," said Mommy. "I would like to see a goose and a moose and a baboon or two. I also want to see a hippo in a pool." "What about a kangaroo?" asked Mommy. "I would like to see that too," cried Tommy. "Tommy, Tommy, wake up. It's time for school." Tommy sat up in his bed in his room. "Mommy, I had such a cool dream. Please, can we go to the zoo?" Beth and the Moth. Beth was doing her maths homework when she heard a thud against her window. What was that? And another thud. She called to her father. "Can we go and look together?" "It's probably nothing. Brush your teeth and go to bed," father said. Beth brushed her teeth and changed her clothes. Third. That was the third time. There must be something out there, thought Beth. She opened the window and in flew a big moth. Oh, thank you. I thought you would never open. I need some warmth in this cold weather, said the moth, landing on Beth's hand. The frog that would not hop. There was a frog that would not hop. He sat on a log and sobbed and sobbed. The frog said, I cannot hop, I will not hop. A hen came and said, You have long legs, you can hop. The frog said, I cannot hop, I will not hop. A dog came and said, Don't be sad, you can hop off the log. The frog said, I cannot hop, I will not hop. Sob, sob, sob. A fox came along. I will fix this frog, he said. I like frogs who cannot hop. I put them in my pot. And the frog hopped and hopped and hopped and hopped. Whitney bakes a cake. Whitney is very excited. She asks Mom, What are we going to whip up today? Mom moves Whitney's white wheelchair closer to the counter. Let's bake a cake. Will you whisk 2 eggs while I get the wheat flour? Where are the eggs, Mom? Asks Whitney. She whisks and whirls, and finally the cake is ready for the oven. Whiskers, the kitten, sits on Whitney's lap while they wait. At last, the cake is done. When can we cut it, Mom? Asks Whitney, clapping her hands. My elder brother. Scene 1. A hostel room. 2 brothers, aged 9 and 14 years, sitting at a study table. The elder brother, Bhaiya, is reading a book, and the younger one, Munna, is drawing pictures of birds and animals. Bhaiya. What are you doing, Munna? Munna. I am drawing. Bhaiya. When will you study? Where were you in the morning? Munna, turning pale. I was playing. Bhaiya, how can you sit with a book for hours together? Bhaiya. That's because I want my foundation in education to be very strong. If the base is strong, then the building will stand firmly. Sometimes it takes me 2 years to do 1 year's work. Munna. Bhaiya, you are 5 years older than I am and 3 classes ahead of me. I wonder why you keep writing the same word 20 times, one sentence more than 20 times, and copy poems several times in beautiful letters. Bhaiya. You know, studying English is no child's play. One has to work very hard in order to learn the subject. To speak or write English properly, tremendous effort is required. But the moment you get a chance, you run to the field, play marbles and fly paper kites, or sit idling away with friends for fun. Can't you sit down and study? Munna. Oh bhaiya, there is a big mela in the village today. Should we go? Bhaiya. Have you ever seen me going to a fair or going to watch a cricket or hockey match? I don't go near them. I prefer to study a book. I don't mind repeating a class for more than 2 years, but you might stay in the same class all your life. Do you expect to pass if you waste your time playing all the time? You are simply wasting father's hard earned money. Munna starts crying on being scolded and sobbing sounds are heard. Munna. Bhaiya, I feel like running away and going back home. Bhaiya. Now, stop crying. Put on a nice smile. Look, I will make a timetable for you to follow. Get up at dawn. 6 a.m. Wash your hands, have your breakfast and sit down to study. 6 to 8 a.m. English, 8 to 9 a.m. Maths, 9 to 9:30 a.m. History, 3:30 p.m. then off to school. 5 to 6 p.m. Grammar, half an hour for strolling. 6:30 to 7 p.m. English composition, then dinner. 8 to 9 p.m. Translation, 9 to 10 p.m. Hindi, 10 to 11 p.m. other subjects and then to bed. Munna. But what is the time to play? Bhaiya. Play? What is the need, Munna? Munna. Oh, I love the green fields, the gentle breeze. I want to jump up like a football. I like the touch and go and hututu sounds of the kabaddi. And the hurry and flurry of volleyball pulls me like a magnet. As soon as I am on the field, I forget everything. Scene 2. The final exams are over and the results are out. Bhaiya. Alas, I have failed once again. Munna. Oh, but Bhaiya, I have passed and topped my class. Now there is only 2 years difference between us. Bhaiya. But my dear brother, don't be so proud. You have passed only one class and you think that I am stupid and you are smart. Once in a while, in a gilli danda game, you might get lucky and hit a goal. But that does not mean you have mastered the game. You have to work hard to be successful in life. When you have to study a subject like algebra or geometry in higher classes, then you will understand the importance of hard work. In geometry, if one writes ACB instead of ABC, the answer is marked wrong. The examiners will not spare you. They want you to learn word by word from the textbooks. Munna. Oh Bhai Sahab, this is scary. I don't think I want to go to the 9th class now. But I will still complete my day's homework so that I get no punishment in class. Bhaiya. Just today, we were asked to write a short essay on the topic of punctuality in 4 pages. And imagine, can something be written on 4 pages and still be short? It's also mixed up. Munna, thinking aloud. Thank God it was time for school, or else the scolding would have gone on and on. Scene 3. The results were out once again, and it so happened that Munna passed and Bhaiya failed again. Bhaiya was really upset. Munna was also sad seeing his brother so unhappy. Bhaiya now becomes gentler with Munna. Munna becomes naughtier because of this and studied even less than before. Munna, talking aloud. Ah, I am lucky. I can pass easily. I need not study so hard. Now I can play games with my friends and fly kites. But I should still be careful that Bhaiya does not see me flying kites. One day, a kite is flying slowly downwards. Munna starts running in order to grab it. Suddenly, he comes face to face with Bhaiya. Bhaiya, catching hold of Munna's hand. Aren't you ashamed to be playing kites all day long? Don't you realize that now you are in the 8th class and are not studying in a lower class? If you think that I am just one class ahead of you and I can't say anything, you are wrong. I am 5 years older than you are and will always be. Understanding doesn't come only from reading books. Look at Ma and Baba. Ma has never gone to school and Baba has only passed 5th class. Munna. Really, Bhaiya? Is that true? Bhaiya. Yes, there are 1,000 things that they know more than you or me. And even if we have studied the wisdom of the whole world, Ma and Baba will always have the right to explain to us and correct us. Now, what would you do if I were to fall sick today? Munna. I don't know, Bhaiya. I would tell Baba and he would rush to the hostel. Bhaiya. Aha! I had expected this answer. Now Baba would not get upset. He would first try to find out what was wrong and then he would call a doctor. Baba would know exactly what to do. They have more experience than us. Munna, with tears in his eyes. Bhaiya, I am sorry. What you say is true. Bhaiya hugs Munna lovingly. Bhaiya, I also like to play and fly kites. But if I also play, then how can I watch out for you? You are my responsibility. Munna, I love you, Bhaiya. Thank you very much for listening to my sweet, lovely voice. Please do like, share, comment, and subscribe my channel. If you want the story from your school book to be published on our channel, then click the link given in the comment section and join the group. Story Chandrayaan. There was a girl named Rani who lived in a village. She was very curious and used to ask many questions to her family, teachers, and friends. Why is the sky blue? Where does the sun go at night? One evening, Rani heard her mother singing Chanda Mama Dur Ke. Hearing this, Rani asked her mother, Amma, how far is the moon? Amma said, Rani, the moon is very far in the sky. Rani kept on thinking about the moon and fell asleep. The next morning, Rani woke up hearing the loud voice of her elder brother Pratik. He was pointing to the TV and shouting in excitement, Look, Rani, India is on the moon. Rani looked at the TV. She could see photos of some machines on the moon. She heard a few people talking about the landing on the moon. She was confused and asked Pratik, "How did Chandrayaan reach the moon?" Pratik replied that his friend Vivan's mother, Aunt Nandini, is a scientist. "Shall we go and talk to her?" asked Pratik. Rani happily agreed. Both Rani and Pratik decided to visit Vivan's house. Vivan and his mother welcomed them. Rani could see many models and photographs of rockets in their house. Nandini auntie offered sharbat to the children and said, "Rani, what do you want to know?" Rani replied, "People say India is on the moon. Can you please tell us more about this?" Auntie said, "Yes, of course. Do you know which vehicle is used to go to the moon?" Pratik immediately said, "I know, Auntie, it is a rocket I had seen on the TV." Rani pointed to the models and photos of rockets in the room. Nandini said, "Very good. Yes, a rocket is used to reach the moon." Rani asked, "What does Chandrayaan mean?" Nandini replied, "Chandra means moon and Yaan means vehicle." On 14th July 2023, India became the first country to land on the far side of the moon. Rani jumped with excitement and said, "Can I go to the moon too?" Nandini smiled. "Maybe one day." Story: Madhu's Wish. Madhu loved food. He always wanted to eat different kinds of food and snacks. He was never tired of eating. Every day at noon, he would sit under a banyan tree and eat his lunch. One day, as he was eating, an old man came. Madhu felt sorry for him and shared his food with him. The old man was so happy that as he was leaving, he said, "My child, you have been so kind. In return, you can wish for anything from this tree, and it will be granted." Madhu felt very happy. He thought, "I can ask for different types of food and enjoy them forever." He sat there and, closing his eyes, said, "Oh tree, let me have different types of food, nothing else." He heard a voice from the tree. "You don't want anything else? Think it over." Without thinking, Madhu said, "Nothing else." First, he asked for laddus. At once, a basket full of laddus appeared. He happily started eating it. After some time, he got bored. Then he thought of colorful fruits. Immediately, fruit in baskets appeared. He started eating them. There were grapes, mangoes, apples, bananas, jackfruit, melons, guavas, oranges, and many more. Then he got bored eating only fruits. He asked for savories. Immediately, savories like matri, samosas, kachori, potato chips, and vada appeared in huge baskets. He happily started eating them. As he was eating, he suddenly got hiccups. He wanted water. He looked around. There was food everywhere, but no water. He asked for water, but the tree said, "You wanted only food, not water. So, what if I don't get water? I will have sharbat, kheer, and badam milk for my thirst," thought Madhu. Soon, all these appeared in jugs. Madhu drank them all, but the hiccups did not stop. They became louder. He was now desperate for water. He prayed to the tree, "May all this food disappear and let me have water instead." "Are you sure?" the voice from the tree asked. "Yes, I am sure. Now I know the importance of water. No other drink can replace water. Please give me just water." A jug of water appeared. Thirsty Madhu drank as though he had never seen water. His hiccups stopped. He was no longer thirsty. Story: A Farmer and His Three Sons. In a faraway village, there lived a farmer with his wife and three sons. The farmer and his wife worked very hard on their farm, but their sons were lazy. One day, the youngest son asked his mother to make some tasty food. His mother told him that she could not make tasty food as they did not grow many crops. The son asked why they did not grow many crops. Just then, the farmer came home and heard his son. He angrily said, "None of you work on the farm. How can we grow many crops?" The youngest son told his brothers what their father had told him. They both said, "We want to eat good food, but we do not want to work." The youngest son, however, started helping his father. Soon the farm was covered with a lush green crop. One day, the other two sons were sleeping under a tree. Just then, they heard the noise of sheep and goats. They woke up and saw the animals eating the crop. They both got up angrily and started chasing the animals away. Their mother saw this and laughed. She told them, "Instead of running after animals, help us build a fence to keep them out." The second son decided to help his father build a fence. His crop grew well. One day, the eldest son saw a few birds eating the crop. He got very angry and ran after them. The father laughed and said, "Instead of chasing the birds, help me make a scarecrow." Hearing this, the eldest son decided to help his father. They made a scarecrow and the birds did not come again. They all worked hard and ate good food. They were now one big happy family. Story: A Gift of Chappals. A smiling Rukumani threw open the door. Ravi and Meena rushed out, and Ravi pulled Mridu into the house. "Wait, let me take off my slippers," protested Mridu. She set them out neatly near a pair of large black ones. Those were grey actually, with dust. You could see the clear mark of every toe on the front part of each slipper. The marks for the two big toes were long and scrawny. Mridu didn't have much time to wonder about whose slippers they were, because Ravi dragged her to the backyard behind a thick bitterberry bush. There, inside a torn football lined with sacking and filled with sand, lay a very small kitten lapping up milk from a coconut half shell. We found him outside the gate this morning. He was mewing and mewing. Poor thing, said Meena. It's a secret. Amma says Party will leave for our Paddu Mama's house if she knows we have a cat. People are always telling us to be kind to animals, but when we are, they scream, "Oh, don't bring that dirty creature here," said Ravi. Do you know how hard it is just to get a little milk from the kitchen? Party saw me with a glass in my hand just now. I told her I am very hungry. I want to drink it, but the way she looked at me, I had to drink most of it to throw her off the scent. Then she wanted the tumbler back. Party, I will wash it myself. Why should I put you to trouble? I told her. I had to run and pour the milk into this coconut shell and then run back and wash the tumbler and put it back before she got really suspicious. Now we have to think of some other way to feed Mahindran. Mahindran? This little kitty's name is Mahindran? Mridu was impressed. It was a real name, not just a cute kitty cat name. Actually, his full name is Mahendra Verma Pallav Poonai. MP Poonai for short, if you like. He is a fine breed of cat. Just look at his fur, like a lion's mane. And you know what the emblem of the ancient Pallav kings was, don't you? He looked expectantly at Mridu. Mridu giggled. Think I'm joking? Well, just wait. I'll show you sometime. It's clear you don't know a thing about history. Haven't been to Mahabalipuram, have you? He said mysteriously. Well, when our class went to Mahabalipuram, I saw a statue of his Tathas, etc., etc. Fact is, Mahendran here is descended from that very same ancient cat, a close relative, scientifically speaking, of none other than the lion, the Pallava lion, emblem of the Pallava dynasty. Ravi went on, walking around the bitterberry bush, waving a twig up and down, his eyes sparkling. This cat is a descendant of none other than the Mahabalipuram Rishi cat. And if I may just remind you, they worshipped cats in ancient Egypt. How he loved the sound of his own voice. Meena and Mridu exchanged looks. What does that have to do with anything? Mridu demanded. I'm telling you, this cat is descended from the Egyptian cat god. No, goddess. Bastet. Yeah, that's it. So? Well, one of the descendants of that cat goddess was a stowaway in one of the Pallava ships, and his descendant was the Mahabalipuram Rishi cat, whose descendant is... Ravi flourished his twig at Mahindran. MP Poonai here. Whoop! Eek! He shrieked, very pleased with himself. Mahindran looked up, alarmed. He had just been sharpening his claws on the edge of the coconut shell. But worse than Ravi's awful whoop eek was a screech from the window. What a weird sound! If Mridu was startled, MP Poonai was frightened out of his wits. Hair standing on end. He bounced up and scurried towards a bamboo tray of red chilies that had been set out to dry. Trying to hide beneath it, he tipped a few chilies over himself. Meow! He howled miserably. The screeching went on and on. What's that noise? Said Mridu. That's Lally learning to play the violin, grunted Ravi. She will never learn a thing. The music master just goes on playing like a train whizzing on and on, while Lovely is all the time derailing, going completely off track. Mridu crept up to the window. Lally was sitting a little distance away, awkwardly holding her violin and bowstring, her elbows jutting out and her eyes glazed with concentration. In front of her, with most of his back to the window, was the bony figure of the music master. He had a mostly bald head, with a fringe of oiled black hair falling around his ears and an old fashioned tuft. A gold chain gleamed around his leathery neck, and a diamond ring glittered on his hand as it glided up and down the stem of the violin. A large foot stuck out from beneath his gold bordered vesty edge, and he was beating time on the floor with a scrawny big toe. He played a few notes. Lally stumbled behind him on her violin, which looked quite helpless and unhappy in her hands. What a difference! The music master's notes seemed to float up and settle perfectly into the invisible tracks of the melody. It was like the wheels of a train fitting smoothly into the rails and whizzing along, as Ravi said. Mridu stared at that huge, beringed hand moving effortlessly up the violin stem, making lovely music. Squawk! There was Lally derailing again. Amma! Came a wail from the gate. Amma! Oh! Ravi, send that beggar away! Cried his mother from the back veranda where she was chatting with Tapi. He has been coming here every day for the past week, and it's time he found another house to beg from. Pati explained to Tapi. Mridu and Meena followed Ravi out. The beggar was already in the garden, making himself quite at home. He had spread his upper cloth under the neem tree and was leaning against its trunk, apparently prepared to take a little snooze while he waited for the arms to appear. Go away, said Ravi sternly. My Pati says it's time you found another house to beg from. The beggar opened his eyes very wide and gazed at each of the children one by one. The ladies of this house, he said, at last in a voice choked with feeling, are very kind souls. I have kept my body and soul together on their generosity for a whole week. I cannot believe they would turn me away. He raised his voice. Amma! Amma! Oh! Sad his wail might be, but it certainly wasn't feeble. It began in a deep, strong rumble somewhere in his withered belly and came booming out of his mouth, with its few remaining teeth stained brown with beetle chewing. Ravi, tell him there's nothing left in the kitchen, called Rukumani. And he is not to come again. Tell him that. She sounded fed up. Ravi didn't have to repeat it all to the beggar. What his mother said had been easy for them all to hear. There, under the neem tree. The beggar sat up and sighed. I'll go, he said wearily. Only let me have a rest here under this tree. The sun is so hot, the tar has melted on the road. My feet are already blistered. He stretched out his feet to show large pink, peeling blisters on the soles of his bare feet. I suppose he doesn't have the money to buy chappals, Mridu whispered to Meena and Ravi. Have you got an old pair in the house somewhere? I don't know, said Ravi. Mine are too small to fit his feet, or I would have given them to him. and his feet were larger than Mridu's and Meena's. The beggar was shaking out his upper cloth and tightening his dhoti. He raised his eyes and looked fearfully at the road gleaming in the afternoon heat. He needs something on his feet, Meena said, her big eyes filling. It's not fair. Shh, said Ravi. I'm thinking about it. Blubbering it's not fair isn't going to help. In 2 minutes he will be frying his feet on that road. What he needs is a pair of chappals. So where do we get them? Come, let's search the house. He pushed Mridu and Meena into the house. Just as she stepped into the veranda, Mridu's eyes fell on the odd-looking chappals she had noticed when she arrived. Ravi, she whispered to him. Whose are those? Ravi turned and glanced at the shabby-looking but sturdy old slippers. He beamed and nodded. These are just the right size, he said, picking them up. Mridu and Meena followed him nervously back into the garden. Here, said Ravi to the beggar, dropping the slippers in front of the old man. Wear these and don't come back. The beggar stared at the slippers, hurriedly flung his towel over his shoulder, pushed his feet into them, and left, muttering a blessing to the children. In a minute, he had vanished around the corner of the street. The music master came out of the house and took an unappreciative look at the three of them sitting quietly under the tree, playing marbles. Then he searched for his chappals in the veranda, where he had put them. Lalli, he called after a few moments. She hurried up to him. Have you seen my chappals, my dear? I remember having kept them here. Ravi, Mridu and Meena silently watched Lalli and the music master search every corner of the veranda. He scurried around, looking over the railing and crouching near the flower pots to look between them. Brand new they were. I went all the way to Mount Road to buy them, he went on saying. They cost a whole month's fees, do you know? Soon Lalli went in to tell her mother. Rukkumani appeared looking harassed, with Pati following her. Where could they be? It's really quite upsetting to think someone might have stolen them. So many vendors come to the door, worried Pati. Rukkumani caught sight of Ravi, Mridu and Meena sitting under the tree. Have you children? She began, and then, seeing they were curiously quiet, went on more slowly. Seen anyone lurking around the veranda? A sharp V-shaped line had formed between her eyebrows. Another straight, tighter one appeared in place of her usually soft, pleasant mouth. Rukkumani was angry, thought Mridu with a shiver. She wouldn't be so upset if she knew about the poor beggar with sores on his feet, she tried to tell herself. Taking a deep breath, she cried, Rukkumani, there was a beggar here. Poor thing, he had such boils on his feet. So, said Rukkumani grimly, turning to Ravi. You gave the music master's chappals to that old beggar who turns up here? Children these days, groaned Pati. Amma, didn't you tell me about Karna, who gave away everything he had, even his gold earrings? He was so kind and generous. Silly, snapped Rukkumani. Karna didn't give away other people's things. He only gave away his own. But my chappals wouldn't have fitted the beggar's feet. Ravi rushed brashly on. And Amma, if they did fit, would you really not have minded? Ravi, said Rukumani, very angry now. Go inside this minute. She hurried indoors and brought out Gopu Mama's hardly worn new chappals. These should fit you, sir. Please put these on. I'm so sorry. My son has been very naughty. The music master's eyes lit up. He put them on, trying not to look too happy. Well, I suppose these will have to do. These days, children have no respect for elders. What to do? A human incarnate. Only Rama can save such a naughty fellow. Rukumani's eyes flashed. She didn't seem to like Ravi being called a monkey, even a holy monkey. She stood stiff and straight by the front door. It was clear she wanted him to leave quickly. When he had clattered off in his new chappals, she said, Mridu, come in and have some tiffin. Honestly, how do you children think of such things? Thank God your Gopu Mama doesn't wear his chappals to work. As she walked towards the kitchen with Mridu and Meena, she suddenly began to laugh. But he is always in such a hurry to throw off his shoes and socks and get into his chappals as soon as he comes home. What's your mama going to say this evening when I tell him I gave his chappals to the music master? Story: A Pink Rose. Once there was a little pink rosebud. She lived in a green garden. One day she was sitting in the garden all by herself. The weather was calm and still. Suddenly she heard a little tap, tap, tap at the door. Who is that? She said. It's me, the rain. I want to come in, said the soft, sad little voice of the rain. No, you can't come in, the little rosebud said. Then all was calm for some time. Then there came a soft whispering sound all round the window. Who is there? Asked the little rosebud. It's me, the sun, said a little soft cheery voice. And I want to come in. No, said the little pink rosebud. You can't come in. And she sat still again. As she sat still there, she heard a tap, 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 and a rustle, a whisper, and a rustle all up and down the window pane, and on the door, and at the keyhole. Who is there? Asked the rosebud. It's the rain and the sun, said two little voices together, and we want to come in. Dear, dear, exclaimed the little rosebud, if there are two of you, I shall have to let you in. Saying this, she opened the door a little to let them come in. And one took one of her little hands, the other took her other little hand, and they ran with her right up to the top. Then they said, poke your head through. So she peeped in to find herself in the midst of a beautiful garden. It was springtime with all the other flowers at their fullest bloom. But she was the prettiest little pink rose in the entire garden. Story: A visit to the market. Minnie's father is a farmer. He grows vegetables in his farm. He sells them in the market. Every Saturday, Minnie goes with him to the market. Her father sells his vegetables. He takes her around the market. There are many people in the market. They are buying vegetables and fruits. They are buying flowers and toys too. Minnie: Look, father, there are many colorful flowers. Father: Yes, there are. Let me tell you the names of the flowers. These are roses. These are marigolds. Those are jasmine. Minnie: Yes. Sometimes mother makes a string of jasmine flowers. Father: Look at the fruits here. Minnie: I can see apples, but what are those large fruits behind the apples? Father: Those are pineapples. Minnie: What are these fruits kept on the right of the apples? Father: They are oranges. Minnie: What is the name of the big green fruit kept on the left of the apples? Father: Oh, that is watermelon. Minnie returns home with her father. She holds a small basket of flowers in her hand. Her father has a bag of fruits. Story: Anya and the Dragon. In a land far away, there lived an old dragon. He was kept chained up in the king's palace. Everyone was scared of him. The dragon was lonely and sad. He did not want people to be afraid of him. He wanted to be free and fly in the sky. The chains on his feet hurt him. But what could he do? Late one night, the dragon was sleeping when he heard something. He opened his eyes sleepily. It was Princess Anya. Her left leg was shorter than her right leg. She had to walk on crutches. Will you give me a ride on your back? Asked Anya. She told the dragon that she couldn't go horse riding like her brothers. The king wouldn't let her because of her crutches. I know where the keys to your chains are kept, she said. My father keeps them in his cupboard. Aren't you afraid of me? Asked the dragon. No, said the brave princess. You have kind eyes. The dragon smiled. The next night, Anya visited the dragon again. She had the keys and unlocked his chains. They crept outside. The dragon stretched his wings. Ah, it felt so good. They flew up high and swooped down low. They flew near the moon and over the stars. When they came back, the king was waiting for them. I saw you, said the king. Anya was scared, and so was the dragon. But the king smiled. I have never seen you so happy, Anya, he said. From now on, you can ride on the dragon. I know you will be safe with him. He took the keys from Anya and threw them in the pond. The dragon smiled. He was free at last, and he had a friend. Story: Alice in Wonderland. One day, Alice was lying under a tree, listening to her sister reading a story. Suddenly, she saw a white rabbit scamper by. He had pink eyes and was wearing a blue coat. He took out a big watch from his waistcoat pocket, and as he hurried away, he said, "Oh dear, I will be too late." She thought there was something very different about this rabbit. It could talk, it wore a red waistcoat, and it carried a watch. Alice wondered, a talking rabbit? A rabbit who wears a waistcoat? Alice was burning with curiosity, and she followed the white rabbit. The rabbit started running, and Alice followed the rabbit. The rabbit suddenly popped down a large rabbit hole. Alice jumped into the rabbit hole too. The rabbit went down and down and down and down into the rabbit hole. Alice said aloud, "Where am I? How many miles down have I fallen? I must be getting somewhere near the center of earth." She wondered, "Will I slip through the earth to the other side?" Thump! Alice landed on a pile of dry leaves. She looked around quickly and suddenly saw the white rabbit again. It disappeared, saying, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." Alice stood up and saw a small door about 15 inches high. It was too small for her to go through. She saw a glass table with a golden key on it. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her delight, it fitted. Alice opened the door and looked into the loveliest garden she had ever seen. How she longed to be among those beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. But she could not even get her head through the doorway. "Oh, how I wish I could become smaller!" she exclaimed loudly. Story: Alice Daydream. Alice always wished to be a princess. She chewed her pencil and stared into space. She dreamed of dancing in a fancy lace dress like Cinderella. As she imagined circling the dance floor in her beautiful dress, she drew lazy circles on a piece of paper. Suddenly a voice said, "What are you doing, Alice? I have called you twice to fetch us some ice. Quickly now, get the ice, please. We are having carrot cake and some juice." Alice bounded out of her chair and raced to the kitchen. If she couldn't be a princess, then she would have to be satisfied with a slice of spicy carrot cake instead. Story: Anandi's Rainbow. It was raining outside. Anandi was fast asleep, dreaming of rainbows. She woke up to look out of her window. There was a huge bright rainbow across a clear blue sky. Anandi ran out to the garden with Millie, her favorite cat. Anandi loved to draw and paint. Today, she wanted to paint the flowers of her garden with the colors of the rainbow. She colored one flower with violet and another with the indigo of the rainbow, one with the blue and leaves with the green, one with orange, one with red. But she left the yellow so that the sun may look bright and gay. And lo, there were beautiful flowers all over the garden. The sun was up there, shining in its yellow glory. After giving colors to the flowers and the sun, the rainbow was gone. Story: Annie the Ant. In an anthill lives an active ant called Annie. She travels in her van selling candies and apples. She goes up and down the hill. Annie works during the day. At night, she comes home and eats apples. One day, Sam the antelope stops Annie's van. He buys many candies and a few apples. Annie and Sam become good friends. They start playing together. One day, a hunter comes to catch Sam. He puts him in a bag. Annie is very sad. To free Sam, Annie bites the hunter's hand. The bag falls and Sam runs away. Annie runs after Sam. Annie and Sam are happy and free. Story: Badal and Moti. There was a boy called Badal. He lived with his mother in a village and they were very happy. One evening, when Badal was returning from school, he saw a puppy shivering in the cold. Badal brought him home. "Can this puppy stay with us, Ma?" asked Badal. "Yes, beta, but only if you promise to take care of the puppy," said his mother with a smile. Badal and his mother named the puppy Moti. As days went by, Moti grew up and loved Badal. They became best friends. They ate and played together. Moti followed Badal wherever he went. They played their favorite games together. One rainy day, while Badal was on his way home from school, he slipped on the muddy lane and fell into a deep pit. He tried hard but could not come out of the pit. Badal's mother was worried when he did not come home in time. Moti too was waiting at the gate. Badal's mother gathered the neighbors to help search for him. Moti too accompanied them. Moti caught Badal's scent. He followed the scent and went near the pit and started barking. This alerted the neighbors who were searching for Badal. They used a rope to pull Badal out of the pit. Everyone was relieved. Badal hugged and thanked Moti. Story: Baking at Night. Jasmine woke up during the night. She heard voices and a bright light shone up the stairs. Buttoning her gown tightly, she walked downstairs. She quietly peeked around the kitchen door and caught sight of the neighbor's daughter talking to her mom. They were busy weighing butter and flour and beating eggs in a bowl. She gave a sigh and thought, why are they baking in the middle of the night? Then she remembered with delight that it was her 8th birthday the next day. Might they be baking treats for her birthday? Jasmine ran straight back to bed. She couldn't wait for the next morning to see what they had baked. Story: Bamboo Curry. One day, the mother-in-law of a Santhal bridegroom cooked a special dish for him when he visited her. This curry is delicious. What is it? The mother-in-law pointed at the bamboo door. Next morning, just as he was about to leave, he remembered that there was no bamboo in his village. So, he removed the bamboo door and carrying it with him, left for his home. On reaching his village, he told his wife, "Make curry with this bamboo door." She was shocked. "How can I make curry out of a bamboo door?" "Come, I will help you by chopping up the bamboo," he said. His wife boiled it and boiled it. Later, when her husband tasted it, he said, "It's too hard to eat. You don't know how to cook." His wife added more water and boiled it and boiled it. "It's still too hard. I can't eat it." The in-laws came to visit the young couple that evening. They all laughed at his foolishness. The mother-in-law said, "Didn't you know the curry was made from bamboo shoot and not from a bamboo door?" Story: Best Friends. There were 4 friends: circle, square, triangle, and rectangle. One day there began a fight between the friends. Each of them said they were the best. Circle said, "I am the best. I am round and beautiful. I have no sharp edges. Children use me to draw a smiling face. There are so many beautiful things in my shape. I am the best." The other shapes refused to agree with the circle. Square then said, "I am the best. I have 4 sides and all of them are equal in size. Children eat many sweets which are square in shape. I look very beautiful and so I am the best." After listening to this, Triangle said in a loud voice, "I am the best. Just look at me. I am so beautiful. I have 3 sides. Children use me to draw mountains. They enjoy many yummy snacks in my shape. So I am the best." Listening to the other 3 friends, Rectangle laughed aloud. Of course not. No one can be better than me. I have four sides. Two are equally long and two are equally short. I look so beautiful. Children enjoy biscuits and chocolates in rectangle shape. They also use so many things in my shape. I am the best, said the rectangle. The friends could not decide who was the best among them. They decided to ask the first person they meet. After some time, they met a star. They stopped her and told her of their fight. They asked her to decide who was the best among them. The star was wise. She looked at all of them. She thought for a while. Then she said, "All of you are friends. Then why should you fight? Let me tell you something very important. Do you know what you could do if you were together? You could create the most beautiful pictures and patterns. Just look around. We find amazing designs and things in all the shapes. So, stop fighting. Together, we all can create wonders." The friends realized their mistake and promised each other that they would never fight again. They remained best friends forever. Story: Catch Me If You Can. A fat cat sat on a mat. "I can catch you, little rat," said the cat. A little rat saw her and hid in a hat. "No, no, you can't," said the rat. The cat ran to catch the rat. The rat ran and hid in a box. The lid of the box did not open. "Ha ha, you can't catch me, big cat," said the rat. Story: Chanda Mama counts the stars. Chanda Mama, at times round as a circle and at times different. Once he started counting the stars. 1, 2, 3, 10, 21, 45, 99, 100, 311, 516, 890. Yawn. 999. Chanda Mama fell asleep. The sun peeped out from behind the clouds. It was morning. Chanda Mama woke up in the evening. He began to count again. But he had forgotten where he had stopped. By the time he remembered, the night was over. However, he continued to count the stars night after night. Often he would forget the count. One night he was very upset. He began to cry. "Oh, oh, oh, oh. What is this? I'm never able to complete my counting." On seeing his tears, the sun smiled. "Don't worry. Why do you cry? I can tell you how many stars there are in the sky." "Really? How many?" Chanda Mama was surprised. The sun replied joyfully, "The number of lovely children is the same as the number of stars in the sky." Chanda Mama was happy. Now the moon came out every night. He would look at the stars. He would look at the children and he would smile happily. Story: Ellie the Elephant. Ellie the elephant lives inside a forest. She goes to school every day. The school is just outside the forest. Eric, another elephant, is her best friend. They go to school together. Every day after school, they play together in the mud. They get very dirty and also feel very thirsty. They go to the river and clean themselves. Then they drink a lot of water with their trunks. It is Ellie's birthday today. Her mom decides to send both of them to the waterfall. She packs a basket with big green guavas and yellow bananas. Ellie and Eric feel hungry on seeing the food. They take the basket and go to the waterfall. Eric wishes Ellie happy birthday. They both eat the guavas and the bananas. Ellie and Eric are happy and enjoy themselves.
Story: Flying Together. Deep in a forest stood a very tall tree. Its leafy branches spread out like strong arms. This tree was the home of a flock of wild geese. They felt safe there. One of the geese was a wise old bird. He noticed a small creeper at the foot of the tree. He spoke to the other birds about it. "Do you see that creeper?" he said to them. "Let us destroy it." "Why must we destroy it?" asked the geese in surprise. "It is so small. What harm can it do?" "My friends," replied the wise old bird, "that little creeper will soon grow. As it creeps up this tree, it will become thick and strong." "What of that?" asked the geese. "What harm can a creeper do us?" "Don't you see?" replied the wise bird. "With the help of that creeper, it will be possible for someone to climb this tree. A hunter can come up and kill us all." "Well, there's no hurry," they replied. "The creeper is very small. It would be a pity to destroy it now." "Destroy the creeper while it is still young," the old bird advised. "Now it is tender and you can cut it easily. Later it will become hard and you will not be able to cut it." We'll see," answered the birds. But they did not destroy the creeper. They forgot the wise old bird's advice. As the creeper grew, it began winding its way up the tree. Stronger and stronger it became, until it was as strong as a thick rope. One morning, when the geese had gone out in search of food, a hunter came to the forest. "So this is where the wild geese live," he said to himself. "When they come back in the evening, I shall catch them." The hunter climbed up the tree with the help of the creeper. He got to the top and spread his net there. Then he climbed down and went away. In the evening, the geese returned home. They did not notice the net. As they flew into the tree, they were trapped. They struggled hard to get out, but could not. "Help! Help!" cried the geese. "We are caught in the hunter's net. Oh, what shall we do?" "Don't make a fuss now," said the wise old bird. "Long ago I told you to destroy the creeper, but you did not. Now see what has happened. Tomorrow morning the hunter will come back and kill us all." "We were foolish," wept the birds. "We are very sorry. We did not listen to you. Please tell us what to do." "Then listen carefully," replied the wise bird. "When the hunter comes, you must all pretend to be dead. Just lie still. The hunter will not want dead birds. He will throw us to the ground. It will then be easy for him to climb down, collect the dead birds, and take them home. When the last of us has been thrown down, we must quickly get up and fly away." In the morning, the hunter came to the tree and climbed up. He looked at the geese in the net. "They are all dead," he muttered to himself. He threw them out of the net one by one. The birds lay still until the last one had been thrown down. Then, all at once, they got up, flapped their wings, and flew away. The hunter was taken by surprise. From the top of the tree, he watched all the geese fly away.
Story: Ginny learns a lesson. Ginny was an 8-year-old girl who loved to talk about herself. She would do so for hours without listening to what her friends had to say. Slowly, Ginny's friends grew tired of listening to her talk about her dress, shoes, hair, doll, and all the other things she spoke about. They started avoiding her. After a few days, Ginny noticed that no one was willing to talk to her. She realized that maybe she had become too full of herself. The next day, she sat next to her old friend Rachel and asked, "How are you doing?" Then Ginny patiently listened to everything that Rachel had to say. Rachel was happy that for once Ginny didn't interrupt to talk about herself. Slowly, everyone started noticing the change in Ginny's behavior, and she got her friends back. Story: Going to buy a book. One day, grandfather gave my brother and me some money. "Go and buy books," he said. We were both very happy. We both love to read. Should we go now? Should we go later? Should we go today? Should we go tomorrow? We decided to go right now. Should we go to the big market? Should we go to the small shop? Should we go with somebody? Should we go alone? We decided to go to the small shop, just the two of us. We like the small bookshop. It is small, but it has many books. The man in the shop likes us. He always helps us. Should I buy a book with a lot of pictures? Should I buy a book with a lot of stories? Should I buy a thin book? I could not decide. We did not know which book to buy. The man in the shop smiled at us. Relax, come with me, he said. These books are about animals. Those are about machines. Those over there are about wars. Take what you want. I picked some books. My brother picked some books. I sat on the floor. He sat on the chair. And we read, and we read, and we read. It was very quiet. There was no sound. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Finally, we knew which books to buy. The man in the bookshop smiled at us. I got a fat book with many stories. My brother got a big book with many pictures. We ran home to our grandfather. We climbed on his bed. He put his arms around us and then we read and read and read. Story: Goldilocks and the Three Bears. There once lived a little girl named Goldilocks. She had long golden hair. One day she lost her way in the forest. Goldilocks saw a house. It belonged to three bears: Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear. Goldilocks entered the house and saw 3 bowls of porridge on the table. She tasted the porridge from Papa Bear's bowl, but it was too hot. Then she tried the porridge from Mama Bear's bowl, but it was too cold. Goldilocks then ate the porridge from Baby Bear's bowl and said, "Ah, this porridge is just right." After eating the porridge, Goldilocks walked into the living room. There were 3 chairs. Goldilocks sat on Papa Bear's chair, but it was too hard. Then she sat on Mama Bear's chair, but it was too soft. Goldilocks then sat on Baby Bear's chair, but it broke. Goldilocks then went to the bedroom. She saw 3 beds. First, she lay down on Papa Bear's bed, but it was too hard. Then she tried Mama Bear's bed, but it was too soft. Goldilocks then lay down on Baby Bear's bed and said, "Wow, it is just right." Soon she fell asleep. When the 3 bears came home, they were surprised to see that someone had eaten their porridge and sat on their chairs. Baby Bear was sad to see his broken chair. Later, the 3 bears went to the bedroom and saw their beds. Papa Bear and Mama Bear wondered who had slept on their beds. Baby Bear was surprised to see a little girl sleeping on his bed. Just then, Goldilocks woke up and saw the 3 bears. She was so scared that she jumped out of the bed and ran away.
Story: Gulliver's Travels. When a person tells the story of his life in his own words, it is called an autobiography. Gulliver, a sailor, was once caught in the land of giants. This is how he describes his experience. On the 16th of June 1730, we discovered land. Our captain sent a dozen men with vessels for water, if any could be found. When we came to land, we saw no river or spring, nor any inhabitants. I went on to explore. The country was barren and rocky. I turned back to join the crew, only to see them getting into the boat and rowing for life to get to the ship. Before I could reach them, I observed a huge creature walking after them in the sea as fast as he could. The water of the ocean reached only till his knees. However, the monster was unable to overtake the speeding boat. I turned back quickly and climbed up a steep hill with fields of barley on either side and the corn rising up to 40 feet. There was a fence to pass from one field to the other. It was impossible for me to climb because every step was 6 feet high. I was trying to find a gap in the hedge when I discovered one of the inhabitants in the next field walking towards the fence. He was of the same size as the creature chasing the boat. I was struck with utmost fear and astonishment and ran to hide myself. He called in a voice much louder than a trumpet. It sounded like thunder. 7 monsters like him came towards the field, ready to reap the corn. They carried a reaping hook, which was very big. When one of the reapers approached where I lay hidden, I screamed as loud as I could. The creature stopped reaping, picked me up between his thumb and forefinger, and brought me close to his eyes, 60 feet above the ground. He looked at me with curiosity and blew my hair aside to get a better view of my face. He called his friends and gently placed me on the ground. They all sat on the ground to take a good look at me. I walked slowly backward and forward, pulled off my hat, and made a low bow towards the farmers. I tried to speak to them loudly in several languages. Each time I did so, the farmer who picked me up held his ear very close to me, but in vain. The farmer took me to his house and placed me at some distance on the dining table, which was 30 feet high from the floor. Dinner was brought for the farmer in a dish which was 10 feet in diameter. The farmer's wife crumbled some bread and placed it before me. In the middle of the dinner, I heard a noise behind me. It was the purring of a cat that was 10 times larger than an ox. The farmer's wife was stroking him. Then entered the farmer's 1-year-old son in the arms of a lady. On seeing me, the child grabbed me from the table and put my head into his mouth. I shouted so loudly that the baby dropped me. I would have broken my neck if the mother had not held her apron under me. Later, she put me on her own bed and covered me with a clean white handkerchief. I slept, dreaming of my home, my wife, and my children.
Thank you very much for listening to my sweet, lovely voice. Please do like, share, comment, and subscribe my channel. If you want the story from your school book, then click the link given in the comment section and join the group. Story: Harry Y and the Fly. Harry was not shy. He was a busy, talkative little guy. His friends called him Harry Y because he asked so many questions. Some questions were silly, but some were smart. Why do birds fly so high? Aren't they scared up in the sky? His friends sighed in reply and turned away. They wanted to sit quietly at their dusty little desks and study. Why does a beetle make a noise but a fly doesn't? Harry asked, looking up with his mouth wide open. And why? Harry coughed and spluttered. Oh my! A fly had flown into his mouth. Don't be a baby, said his classmate Barry. Dry your eyes, don't cry. Maybe you should try closing your mouth once in a while. But Harry was smart. He didn't stop asking questions. He just thought about them more carefully before they slipped out of his mouth. Story: He is my brother. Once upon a time, there was a small hill. A path went up the hill. It went through thick and lovely woods of pine and fir trees. People often walked on it to a holy place. One day, when the sun shone high in the sky, many people were seen climbing up the hill. They were climbing slowly and carefully. A girl also climbed the hill with them. Her name was Meena. Meena was 12 years old. She carried a small boy on her back. He was 4 years old. His hair was curly. His eyes were black and his face was as fresh as the morning dew. As the sunshine danced through the trees, Meena climbed the hill slowly and steadily. Meena was happy. The boy was also happy. A man in the group looked at Meena. He felt sorry for her. He asked her, "My child, why are you carrying a boy on your back? Don't you feel his load?" Meena looked at him in wonder. She could not understand him. Her brother was unable to walk. Meena asked, "Load? Of course not. He is my brother." Story: Helen Keller. It was the summer of 1880. A healthy baby girl was born in a small town in Alabama. Her parents loved her dearly and named her Helen Keller. But one day the baby became ill, and day after day her fever stayed high. Everyone in the family tried to help her to get better, but all they could say was, "There is nothing more we can do. The baby may not live." Helen lived, but She was not the same after her illness. Something is very wrong, her mother said. At last, they found out what was wrong. The child could not see or hear. The baby grew into a little girl. Her parents felt sorry for her. Helen often cried and held on to her mother. Give the poor child what she wants, her father would say. Though Helen could not hear or see, she was a bright little girl. Some people thought Helen could not learn anything. Her mother did not agree. Helen is very smart, she said, and added, the problem is how can we reach her? She is locked up inside herself. Helen began to grow wild. She would not let anyone comb her hair. Her clothes were always dirty. She was often angry. Sometimes she even lay on the floor and kicked her feet. Her parents thought that they should find a teacher for her. Miss Sullivan, a young teacher, agreed to help Helen to learn to see the world. Miss Sullivan gave Helen a doll. DOLL spells the doll. She spelled the word with her fingers into Helen's hand. She made the letters with special hand signs. Helen copied her teacher and spelled DOLL too. But she did not understand what she was doing. Helen liked Miss Sullivan. She was strict but kind. She spelt a lot of words for Helen on her hand, day and night, to make Helen understand. One day her teacher made Helen put her hand into running water. Then she spelt WATER. Suddenly Helen understood that WATER meant something wet running over her hand. She understood that words were the most important things in the world. Words would tell her everything she wanted to know.
Story: Hole in the Fence. Once there lived a boy who had bad temper. His father was extremely cautious about his nature, so he thought to educate him about this. His father gave him a bag of nails and told he must hammer a nail into the back of the fence every time he lost his temper. On the first day, the boy had driven 37 nails into the fence. Soon, the number of nails hammered daily gradually dwindled down as he learnt to control his anger. After a few days, he found easy to control his temper and even informed his father about this. Now, his father told him to remove the nails each time the boy controlled his anger. Several days passed and the boy was able to pull out most of the nails from the fence. The fence never looked the same. It had scars all over. The boy understood that bad temper and angry words are like scars on the fence. It creates bad impression. Moral of the story: we should never say anything in bad temper. It may hurt others.
Story Indy the Iguana. Inside a pine forest lived an iguana. His name was Indy. He had hard spines along his back. He had no friends. All other animals of the forest made fun of him. They said they were all beautiful and soft. This made Indy very sad and lonely. One day it was very cloudy. Suddenly, many small and big insects came into the forest. The animals got scared. An insect sat on Indy's back to bite him. Ouch! Cried the insect. It had got pricked by a spine on Indy's back. The insect called out to his friends. Stop, let us leave. We have to go or we will injure ourselves. All the insects left instantly. The animals thanked Indy and became his friends. Indy was very happy. Story Kichu Monkey Can't Sleep. Kichu Monkey can't sleep. His mother is singing. His father is dancing. His brother is jumping. His sister is crying. Kichu Monkey goes out. The moon is shining. The birds are sleeping. Kichu Monkey sits by the river. The fish are leaping. The frogs are smiling. Kichu closes his eyes. And before you can say hip hip hooray, Kichu Monkey is asleep. Kichu Monkey is dreaming. He rolls to the left. He rolls to the right. And he rolls right into the river. Splash! Kichu Monkey is wide awake. He swims to land. He is cold. He runs back home. His mother is singing. His father is dancing. His brother is jumping. His sister is crying. But Kichu Monkey doesn't mind. He pulls up his blanket and is asleep. Before you can say hip hip hooray. Story Little Tiger, Big Tiger. There was a mother tiger and her small tiger cub. They lived near a river in a shady jungle. When the sky was dark, the mother tiger hunted for deer and pig. The tiger cub stayed close by his mother's side. When the langur monkey saw her, he called a loud, harsh call. Watch out! A tiger is coming! The sambar deer bellowed. The kakar deer barked. And sometimes the game got away. She hunted then for jungle fowl, for pheasant and for frog, or went to the river for fish. But she did not hunt every night. If the moon was bright, the mother tiger lay down and waited for the dawn. She twitched the tip of her tail and the tiger cub pounced on her tail again and again. If he went too far away, the mother tiger called him with a low, quiet grunt. The tiger cub came back, but he did not like to stay near his mother in the jungle at night. One night, the mother tiger was tired and closed her eyes. The tiger cub saw a tiny frog hopping along the ground. The tiger cub pounced, but the frog hopped away. He chased the frog and caught it, and turned to show his mother, but she was not in sight. Instead, he saw a tiger bigger than his mother near him in the jungle. The tiger's green eyes glistened as he watched the tiger cub. The tiger cub was frightened. He could not hide or run. He let the frog hop away. The tiger crept up closer to the little tiger cub. But a roar filled the jungle, the roar of the mother tiger. She faced the other tiger and he went away. The mother tiger liked to roar, a loud, big tiger roar, to tell all the other animals in the jungle that she was there. All the other animals in the jungle kept far, far away. The tiger cub also liked to roar, a loud tiger cub roar, to tell all the other animals in the jungle that he was there. But all the other animals in the jungle were not afraid at all, and none of them ran away. But there came a year when the small tiger cub was a full-grown tiger. He walked for miles alone, hunting for game at night. When he roared to tell all the other animals in the jungle that he was there, all the other animals in the jungle kept far, far away. And the great big tiger that had been a small tiger cub, hearing his own loud roar, smiled to himself a great big tiger smile. Story: Mike runs away from home. Mike is 5 years old. He is sitting on his parents' bed eating a bowl of noodles. His father is reading a book. Father: Mike, you cannot eat on the bed. Mike doesn't listen. Father: you are going to make a mess. Get off the bed and go and eat in the kitchen. Mike: nothing will happen, Pa. Just then, the bowl slips from his hand and the noodles land on Pa's new shirt, leaving a big stain. Mike: oh no! Father: I told you not to eat here. Now look at my shirt. Mike: I'm sorry. Father: put the shirt in the bathroom and take the bowl away. No TV for you tomorrow. Mike gets up with a grumpy expression and takes the shirt to the bathroom. Mike: this is so unfair. I said I was sorry. I was just playing. Mike throws the shirt on the bathroom floor. Nobody cares about me. I'm going to run away from home. He leaves the bathroom, grabs the bowl, and goes to his bedroom. That's it. I'm going to pack whatever I need and leave now. He picks up his toothbrush and some books. I need a bag for my things. Mike picks up his toothbrush and books and goes to the sitting room where his grandma is reading. Grandma: why such a long face, Mike? What happened? Mike: can you please give me your bag? Grandma: why? You look upset. What happened? Mike: I spilled noodles on Pa's shirt, so I am running away from home. Grandma laughs. Mike, Pa shouted at me, please give me your bag. Grandma gives him the bag. Grandma, do you need help packing? Mike shakes his head and puts the toothbrush and books in the bag. Grandma, is that all? Mike, oh, I forgot my clothes. Mike runs back to his room. Mike opens his cupboard, takes out his favorite clothes, and returns to the sitting room. He tries to stuff them inside the bag, but can't. His sister comes in. Sister, what are you doing, Mike? Grandma, he is running away from home. His sister laughs. Sister, here, take my school bag. Mike smiles a little and takes the bag. He puts in his clothes. Mike, oh, I forgot to take my toys. He runs back to his room. In the meantime, his parents come into the sitting room. Grandma points to the bag to show them what is happening. Mike returns with more toys and board games. Mother, I don't think all those things will fit in the bag, Mike. Mike tries to stuff it all in, but he can't. Father, here, take my suitcase. Everyone is smiling now. Even Mike smiles as he takes everything and puts it inside Pa's big suitcase. Father, ready to run away now? Mike, oh no. Mother, what? Mike, I forgot to take my bicycle. Everyone bursts out laughing. It's clear that a bicycle won't fit into the suitcase. Mike, I think we should all have ice cream now. Sister, why? Mike, I have decided to come back home. Everyone smiles. Father, we can all have ice cream if you promise to listen in future. You have been naughty and rude. Mike, I am sorry, Pa. I really do not want to leave. Mike sits in Pa's lap and happily eats ice cream. Story: Mother's Secret. 7-year-old Eva could still remember that day. Mother and Daddy took her to the park and they ate hot dogs and drank cokes. Mother said that she had a secret and Daddy had a funny smile on his face. A secret? Eva asked. Tell me, please. It was then that she learned that she was going to be a big sister. She was so excited, and when she got home, she began putting all of her old toys and clothes in a basket. These are for the baby, she told her mom and dad. I'm going to teach her how to play all of my games. It will be so fun to have a sister to play with. Eva, the baby will be too little to play, explained mother. It will be a long time before you will be able to play with the baby because it will only eat and sleep at first. But you can help me. There will be a lot to do. Daddy said, we don't know if the baby is a girl or a boy, Eva. We will have to wait to find out. If they put a pink hat on her, we will know it's a girl. I hope it's a girl, said Eva. Girls are more fun to play with. It seemed to take forever for the baby to come. Mother's tummy grew bigger and bigger until it looked like it was about to pop. The baby is growing inside my tummy, Eva, explained Mother. When the baby is big enough, it will be born. We will go to the hospital and doctor will help. Mom showed Eva the picture the doctor took of the baby. Wow! Eva said in surprise. One day, Mother said, Look, Eva, you can see the baby moving in my tummy. Eva's mother put her small hand on her tummy and she could feel the baby moving. It was really neat. Eva smiled. She was so happy. Later, when she was playing house, she stuck a pillow in her shirt and pretended she was going to have a baby too. Mother and Daddy just laughed. Mother's friends gave Eva's mom a surprise party. They called it a baby shower. They didn't take a shower or anything. They just brought presents to the baby and had cake to eat and punch to drink. The baby got lots of pretty gifts. Finally, the big day came and everyone was happy. Aunt Rose took Eva to the hospital so she could see the baby. But she could not see her mother because she was busy having the baby. When the baby was born, Eva was able to look through a window to see it. It has a pink hat. That means it's a girl, Eva said, clapping her hands. Her name is Serena, said Daddy with a smile. Do you like that name, Eva? Eva liked that name and she was going to love being a big sister. Story: My name. Once there was a little fly. One day he could not remember his name. He tried and tried to remember it, but it was of no use. He had forgotten his name. He asked an ant, Ant, do you know my name? The ant said, I don't know. You may ask the tree I climb. The fly said, Dear tree, do you know my name? The tree said, I don't know. You may ask the cow sleeping in my shade. The fly went near the cow and asked, Dear cow, do you know my name? The cow said, I don't know. You may ask the grass I eat. The fly went to the grass and asked, Dear grass, do you know my name? The grass said, I don't know. You may ask the leaves fallen on me. The fly asked a leaf fallen on the grass, Dear leaf, do you know my name? The leaf was about to answer when the wind blew. The leaf began to fly. Seeing this, the fly remembered his name. My name is Fly, my name is Fly, he said happily. Story: My silly sister. Mother, your baby is silly. She is so very childish. She does not know the difference between the lights in the streets and the bright stars. When we play with pebbles, she thinks they are real food. She even tries to put them into her mouth. When I open a book before her and ask her to learn her ABC, she tears the pages with her hands and roars with joy at nothing. This is your baby's way of doing her lessons. When I shake my head at her in anger and scold her or call her naughty, she laughs and thinks it great fun. Everybody knows that father is away, but sometimes I call out father playfully. She looks quickly around her in excitement and thinks that father is near. Sometimes I hold a class with the donkeys that our washerman brings to carry away the dirty clothes. I warn her that I am the schoolmaster and that she better not make any noise. Only then she keeps quiet. I insist that she should call me Dada. Your baby wants to catch the moon. She is really funny. Mother, your baby is silly. She is so very childish. Story Nasruddin's Aim. One day, Nasruddin was chatting with his friends. He began to boast. No one can match my skill in archery. I string the bow, take aim, and shoot the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow is sure to hit right on target. Hearing this, one of his friends immediately brought a bow and some arrows. Giving them to Nasruddin, he said, "Here, Nasruddin, take this bow and arrows." Then, pointing towards a target, he said, "Aim at that target and shoot an arrow." Nasruddin held the bow in his hands, strung it, aimed at the target, and shot an arrow. Woo! The arrow didn't hit the target. Instead, it fell down somewhere in the middle. Ha 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 ha! His friends started laughing. They said, "Hey Nasruddin, is this your best aim?" "Oh no, not at all," said Nasruddin, defending himself. "This wasn't my aim, it was Azad's aim. I just showed you how Azad shoots an arrow." Saying this, Nasruddin picked up another arrow. Once again, he strung the bow, aimed at the target, and shot the arrow. This time, the arrow fell a little further from where it had fallen before, but it certainly didn't hit the target. They asked Nasruddin, "And this must be how you shoot an arrow." "Of course not," argued Nasruddin. "Even this aim was not mine. It was the chief guard's aim." Now somebody remarked, "Well, now who's next on the list?" Hearing this, all the friends burst out laughing. Nasruddin didn't say a word. He quietly picked up one more arrow, and again. And this time, Nasruddin was really lucky. The arrow hit right on the target. Everybody stared at Nasruddin, their mouths agape in amazement. Before anyone could say anything, Nasruddin said triumphantly, "Did you see that? It was my aim." Story. Neha's alarm clock. Ring, ring, ring. Off goes the alarm clock at 6 in the morning. Neha makes a face and, covering her ears with a pillow, snuggles under the warm blanket. But she knows she has to get up. She mutters to herself, Neha, this alarm clock always rings at 6 and pulls me out of the bed. It's so unfair. Oh, how I would love to sleep a little longer in the morning. I wish this clock would forget its job sometimes. Something falls. Neha smiles. Neha. Oh, my clock has fallen. How happy I am. Tomorrow I can get up late. Next morning, there is no alarm. So Neha sleeps and sleeps. The small chirpy birds which come to the window sill every morning find Neha still sleeping. Birds, wake up dear, wake up fast. Neha gets up with a start. Neha, oh no, if it's not the alarm clock, it's these birds. Why don't they leave me alone? Even this wish of Neha's comes true. The next morning, there is not only no alarm clock, there are no birds either. But there is someone else who does not want her to miss the school bus. Can you guess who it is? The big bright sun. He fills Neha's room with a warm smile. Neha, oh my eyes! Now it's the sun waking me up. Why can't he let me be? Even this wish of Neha's comes true. Next morning, the sun is behind the clouds. So, Neha snores till she hears her mother's voice. Mother, wake up, sleepyhead. You will miss the bus. Neha, oh no. Why does mother have to wake me up? There is no escape now. Neha gets up and gets ready. Can you imagine what happens the next day? Neha wakes up with a start. Her watch says it is 6 o'clock. She calls out to her mother. Neha, Ma, who woke me up today? Mother smiles. Mother, who else? You, of course. Neha, but I was sleeping. How could I? Mother, now tell me, why do you eat your lunch every day at 1 in the afternoon? Neha, I feel hungry. Mother, why do you sleep at 9 every night? Neha, because I feel sleepy. Mother, there is a clock inside you which tells you when to eat, when to sleep, and when to wake up. Neha, oh, I better rush now. I don't want to miss the bus. Mother, relax. Today is Sunday. Neha, oh. Story. Nina and the Baby Sparrows. There was great joy in Nina's house. Nina's aunt was getting married. Nina, her father, mother and little brother were all going to Delhi for the wedding. Everyone was happy except Nina. Her mother took her to the market to buy a new dress. What color would you like? Mother asked. I don't want a new dress, mother, said Nina. Salwar kameez then? Nina shook her head. What about those lovely white shoes you saw last week? I don't want those either. Thank you, mother. Nina's mother was upset, but she said nothing. They went back home and had lunch. After lunch, mother came and sat near Nina. What is it, child? She asked. Why did you say no to everything? Mother, I don't want to go to the wedding. But why? Nina said nothing. Instead, two big tears rolled down her cheeks. Mother put her arms around Nina. Don't cry, my pet, she said. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you? More tears rolled down Nina's cheeks. Mother, she said, there's a sparrow's nest on the bookshelf in my room, and there are two baby sparrows in the nest. I see, said mother. They are just beginning to get their feathers, and growing up makes them so hungry. All day long they cry cheep cheep, asking for food. I see, said mother. If we go, the whole place will be locked. And how will Papa and Mama sparrows feed their babies? Oh, Nina, cried mother, giving her a big hug. Is that why you don't want to go to the wedding? But that's no problem at all. We'll leave the window open. Oh, can we, mother? Can we? Really? Yes, yes. We will remove all your things from the room and lock the door on the outside. So the house will be perfectly safe and Papa and Mama sparrows can come and go freely too. Just think, Nina, while you enjoy yourself at the wedding, the baby sparrows will be getting nice and fat in their nest. Good idea, isn't it? It was a good idea. When Nina came back from the wedding, there were two plump little sparrows flying all over the room. And wasn't Nina thrilled? Story: Omni the Ostrich. Omni the Ostrich lived in a town called Oscar. He had a shop. Omni sold sweet and sour oranges and ice cold popsicles. On a hot summer day, an otter and an ox came to Omni's shop. The otter's name was Olive, while the ox was called Oslo. Olive and Oslo were very hungry and did not have money. They were very sad. Omni gave them oranges and popsicles to eat. They were happy and ate quickly. Olive and Oslo thanked Omni and said that he was very kind. Since then, Omni, Olive and Oslo became good friends. Story: Out, Out. It was a holiday. Jeet and Bubbly were playing. They played many games. Both of them skipped the rope. They played hide and seek. Bubbly and Jeet decided to play bat and ball. Jeet got ready to throw the ball. Jeet threw the ball. Bubbly hit the ball. The ball went into Mohit's garden, but his house was locked. They could not find the ball. So the game stopped. Bubbly knew how to make a ball. They got a few rags, paper, and wool. Bubbly also brought a piece of string. She rolled rags, paper, and wool to make a ball. Then she tied the ball with a string. They liked the new ball. The game started again. This time, Bubbly picked the ball. Jeet picked the bat. Bubbly threw the ball. Jeet hit the ball hard. The ball opened up and scattered in the air. Bubbly jumped and caught a piece of rag. She jumped and shouted, "Out! Out!" Story: Paper Boats. Meena walked towards the stream near the bamboo bridge. She bent a little and put a paper boat in the water. It sailed down the stream swiftly. Meena was delighted. She went on putting several paper boats in the stream. As the boats floated down the stream, she saw a naughty boy pushing the boats into the water. Meena stared at the boy angrily. He did not care for Meena's angry face. She shouted, "Stop!" But the boy did not stop. "Why are you overturning the paper boats?" Meena asked angrily. "Because it is fun," replied the boy. "It may be fun for you, but those are my paper boats," said Meena. "So you just stop overturning my boats." The boy thought for a minute and said, "I will not do it again, but I also want to play. Can you help me?" Meena said, "I have enough paper. You can make boats for yourself." The boy answered, "I don't know how to fold the paper to make boats." Meena said, "That's easy. I will help you." She showed him how to make the boats. Meena took out colored paper of different sizes. She showed the boy how to fold and refold the paper to make a boat. The boy watched carefully. Then he took a piece of paper and started to make a paper boat. Soon a few boats were ready. Meena gently put her boats in the stream. The boy put his boats in the stream too. The boats sailed down the stream. Both enjoyed watching the boats. Story: Pink and Jia. Jia was 4 and loved animals and birds. She had a dog called Rusi. One day, they were chasing each other in the garden when Jia noticed a little bird in a bush. "Hi there, birdie," she said. The bird began to flap its wings, as if it was trying hard to fly but was not able to. "What's the matter, birdie? Are you hurt?" she asked. The little bird looked up at Jia with sad, beady eyes. Gia kneeled and gently picked it up in her hands. There was a big, nasty cut on its wing. Gia took the bird home. Her mother helped her put it in a shoebox filled with cotton and straw. Gia fed the bird every day, and her father helped her put ointment on the cut. The bird had a bright pink crest. Gia named it Pink. Slowly, Pink grew stronger and the cut on his wing healed. Gia would let him flutter about in the garden. He often sat on her shoulder or her hand. Russi was a little jealous of Pink at the beginning, but soon they two became friends. Pink would perch on Russi's back and talk to him in his strange bird language. After sunset, Pink went to his room, a big basket that had replaced the shoebox. One morning, Gia woke up and couldn't find Pink anywhere. She went to the garden. She looked among the shrubs and bushes, calling out Pink's name. There were many birds hopping, fluttering, pecking, and chirping all around. But Pink was nowhere. Gia came back home feeling sad. Her parents told her that Pink had gone back to his real home in the trees. 4 years later, it was Gia's 8th birthday. Her uncle in Japan had given her a big kite as a gift. She rushed to the garden to fly it. As she struggled to let the kite fly, the string got stuck on a branch of a tree. She was afraid to pull it hard, since that could tear the beautiful kite. Suddenly, something swooped down and freed the string. The kite soared up into the sky. Gia saw the big, strong bird with the pink crest that went and sat on a bush, the same bush where she had found baby Pink 4 years ago. Pink, said Gia. Pink replied in his bird language and flew away. Many years later, Gia went on to become a veterinarian. Every time she looked out the window of her clinic while taking care of sick dogs, cats, hamsters, and parrots, she saw many pink-crested birds in a tree nearby, chattering in their strange bird language. She liked to think that one of them was Pink. Story Pinocchio. Once upon a time, an old carpenter bought a very queer piece of wood. As he used his plane on it, he heard a little laughing voice say, "Stop, you are tickling me." The old man was puzzled by the voice. He said, "This is a strange piece of wood. What shall I do with it? I think I'll make it into a puppet." He set to work, and as the puppet boy took shape, the old man said, "He must have a name. I will call him Pinocchio." As soon as he finished making the eyes, the carpenter was amazed to see them move. Before the mouth was made, it began to laugh. "Stop laughing," the old man said. It did stop, but as soon as his back was turned, it put out its tongue and its nose grew long. No sooner were its hands ready than it snatched off the carpenter's wig and put it on its own head. And then Pinocchio's nose grew longer. When its legs and feet were made, they were too stiff to use. So the carpenter showed Pinocchio how to use them. Now the carpenter decided to send Pinocchio to school. But there, Pinocchio did nothing but look for fun. He often ran away from school. "Why don't you go to school?" asked the carpenter. Pinocchio told him a lie, and his nose started growing longer and longer. Each time he was rude to someone or told a lie, his nose grew longer. Finally, Pinocchio said, "I'm glad to be a real boy. I will never lie again." Story: Pinocchio runs away. Once upon a time, there was a carpenter called Master Cherry. He wanted to fix the leg of a table. He found the right piece of wood. He lifted his axe to cut the wood. Suddenly, he heard a shrill voice saying, "Don't hit me so hard." Master Cherry was very scared. He looked around. Whose voice was it? He looked behind the cupboard. He looked under the chair. There was nobody there. He took a saw and started sawing the wood. "Oh, oh, you have hurt me!" cried the little voice. Master Cherry was really scared. He stopped and waited for some time. He did not hear the voice again. He put the saw away. He started polishing the wood. He heard the little voice again. It was laughing. "You are tickling me," it said. Just then, his neighbor, Master Geppetto, walked in. "Hello, neighbor Geppetto. What can I do for you?" asked Master Cherry. "I want some wood to make my puppet. Will you give me some?" said Master Geppetto. Master Cherry happily gave him the piece of wood that talked and laughed. Master Geppetto took it home. He took out his tools and started making his puppet. He thought he would call the puppet Pinocchio. He first made the puppet's body and then the head. He made the hair and the eyes. When he made the nose, it began to grow. Geppetto cut it off. It grew again. Geppetto was getting tired. When he made the mouth, the puppet started laughing. "Stop laughing," said Geppetto. The puppet stuck its tongue out at him. Geppetto picked up the beautiful puppet that he had made. "Are you going to be a good boy or a naughty boy?" he asked. He put the puppet on the floor to teach him to walk. Soon the puppet was walking and running and dancing around the room. Suddenly, before Geppetto could even think of grabbing him, Pinocchio ran to the door and off he went. Story: Pintu found a trumpet. There was a boy named Pintu. He was a curious little boy. One day, he found a long metal object in a cupboard. It was something new. He had never seen such an object before. He wanted to know what it was. He took it to his brother and asked him what it was. He said, I don't know. Why don't you ask Ria? Pintu asked Ria, Hi Ria, do you know what it is? Ria said, Sorry, I don't know. Pintu started thinking about it. Can I look through it? Does it make things look bigger or smaller? He tried to look through it. No, it doesn't. Is it a rattle? He shook it hard. No, it's not. Is it a bat? Can I play cricket with this? He tried to use it as a bat. No, it's not flat, so it's not possible. Is it some food? Can I eat this? He tried to bite it. Ouch! It is hard. It's definitely not an eatable thing. Oh, it looks like a pipe. Let me try blowing into it. Pintu puts it into his mouth and blew hard. He heard a musical sound. Wow, it sounds good. He blew into it again and again. He liked its musical sound. Now I know what it is. It is a trumpet. Pintu felt very happy that he found it. Pintu enjoyed playing his trumpet.
Story Rip Van Winkle. This story is about Rip Van Winkle, a good-natured but lazy man who goes away into the hills and falls asleep. When he awakens 20 years later, Rip finds that quite a few things have changed. Many years ago, at the foothills of the Catskill Mountains was a little village. In the village lived a simple, good-natured fellow named Rip Van Winkle. He was a kind neighbor, ready to help anyone. Everyone in the village liked him. The children of the village shouted with joy whenever they saw him, because he played with them. He taught them to fly kites and shoot marbles, and told them long stories. The only problem with Rip was that he was very lazy. He did no work on his own farm and just idled away his time. His fences were falling to pieces. His cow was going astray. Weeds grew on his farm. Rip's constant companion was his dog, named Wolf. To avoid work, he would walk away into the forest with his dog. One day, Rip just walked on and reached the highest part of the mountains. It was late in the afternoon when he reached there. Tired after his long climb, he lay down and began daydreaming. It was soon evening and he realized it would be night by the time he reached his village. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" He looked around and saw a short old man with thick hair and a grizzled beard walking towards him with a barrel. He made signs to help him carry the barrel. Rip hurried to help the stranger,
who caught his hand tightly. Together they reached a place where there were some more odd-looking men playing ninepins. They were all dressed the same way and all of them had beards of various shapes and colors. Even though they were playing a game, their faces were serious and there was silence. The only sound was the noise of the balls which echoed in the mountains like thunder. As Rip and his companion reached them, they stopped playing and stared at Rip with a fixed gaze. Rip was really frightened. His companion emptied the contents of the barrel into glasses and made Rip drink it. Rip obeyed as he was trembling with fear. Since he was thirsty, he drank a few more glasses and slowly fell into a deep sleep. On waking up, he found that he was at the place where he had first met the old man. He rubbed his eyes. It was a bright, sunny morning. "Surely I have not slept here all night," thought Rip. He looked around for Wolf, but he was nowhere. Rip whistled for him. "Wolf! Wolf!" he then shouted. No dog was to be seen. "Where has this dog gone?" he muttered to himself. He began to descend the mountain to go back to his village. As he neared the village, he met a number of people, but he didn't know any of them. The villagers also stared at him, equally surprised. "Who is this man?" said one. "I have never seen him before," said another. "Look at his long white beard and his wrinkled face." On hearing this, Rip stroked his chin and, to his astonishment, he found his beard had grown a foot long and it was all white. An old woman walked up to him and looked at his face for a moment. Then she exclaimed, "It is Rip Van Winkle! Welcome home again, old neighbor. Where have you been these 20 long years?" Thank you very much for listening to my sweet, lovely voice. Please do like, share, comment, and subscribe my channel. If you want the story from your school book to be published on our channel, then click the link given in the comment section and join the group. Story: Seeing Without Seeing. Little Onshangla returned from the school. She opened the door quietly. She kept her bag on the table quietly. Her mother looked at her. "Onshangla, you are very quiet today," said Eva. "Did anything happen in the school?" "Yes, Eva," said Onshangla. "A new boy came to our school. He sits in our class." "Yes," said Eva, listening to Onshangla and placing biscuits and milk on the table. "The teacher helped him sit in the front desk," said Onshangla. "He wears black glasses. He cannot see. He will come every day. How will he do things?" "Finish your biscuits and milk," said Eva. Then we will play a new game. Yes, let us play, said Onshangla. She tied a scarf over Onshangla's eyes. Now tell me, what do I hold in my hand? Said Eva. How can I? Asked Onshangla. My eyes are closed, I can't see. You can find out, said Eva. Try it. Eva had a rose in her hand. What do I hold? She asked. Onshangla touched it. It is something soft. A flower? She said. Yes, said Eva. But what flower is it? Smell it? Onshangla bent forward and sniffed at it. It is a rose, she cried. Good, said Eva. Now try another thing. What do I hold? She held a small bell in her hand. She shook it. Trin trin. I know, said Onshangla with joy. It is the bell, the small bell that gives such a musical sound. I can hear it, Eva. Onshangla took the bell and shook it herself. Smart girl, said Eva. Then Eva took a glass in her hand. What is it? What do I hold now? Do you know? She asked. Onshangla touched it. It is a glass, she said. She put one finger slightly into the glass. A glass of water. Are you sure? Asked Eva. It could be milk or juice. Onshangla tasted it. Oh, she cried. It is not water. It is orange juice. Eva laughed. Good girl, she said. Now I will remove the scarf. You must tell what is in front of you, she said. She took off the scarf. Onshangla blinked and looked at her. It is you, Eva, she shouted with joy. I see you. That was a wonderful game, Eva, said Onshangla. So, Onshangla, said Eva, if a child cannot see, there are other ways of finding out things. But the child may have some difficulties. I hope all of you will be friends with the new boy. Yes, Eva, said Onshangla. Play. Seema is missing. Seema is sitting at her study table trying to study. There are books all around her. Seema. Oh no, there are only 2 more days before the big history exam. The door opens. Grandma comes in with a tin of laddus. Grandma. Seema, do you want a laddu? Seema. Thanks, Grandma, but you just gave me one 5 minutes ago. Grandma. Okay, ask me if you want more. Grandma leaves. Seema. I have finished 2 chapters so far. That means the door opens and 2 children run into the room. Child 1 hides under the bed. Child 2 doesn't know where to hide. Child 2. Help me hide. Seema. I'm trying to study. Child 2. Shh, you'll give us away. Child 2 looks around and gets into the cupboard, throwing out Seema's clothes. Seema. What? Look, you can't do that. The door opens and Seema's aunt comes in. Aunt. Seema, what are you doing here? Your cousin is getting married and everyone is downstairs. Seema. I have exams, auntie, and nobody is letting me study. Aunt. Oh, well, get on with it then. You can come down later. The door opens and Grandma comes in. Grandma. Seema, do you want a laddu? Seema. No, thanks, Grandma. Seema puts her hands over her ears. The two children crawl out of their hiding places. Child 1. We too. Thanks, Grandma. Seema is now sitting in the living room with her books. Uncle. Hello, Seema. How's school going? Seema. Fine, Uncle. I'm trying to study. Uncle. But the party is going to begin soon. Aren't you going to get ready? Seema. Seema's mother comes in. Mother. Seema, why on earth is your room in such a mess? Seema. I didn't do it. Seema's father comes in talking on the phone. Father. So, the food will be here at 4 o'clock, right? Okay, just call to confirm. Bye. Father. To Seema. Why do you look so grumpy? He doesn't wait for an answer. Everyone starts talking. Seema gets up and starts walking to the door. Seema. To her mother. I'm going to find a quiet place to study. Mother. Not really listening. Okay. Seema's aunt is searching for Seema in the living room. Aunt. Seema, where are you? Mother. What happened? Aunt. Have you seen Seema? I wanted to give her these bangles to wear for the party. Mother. I don't know where she is. Seema, where are you? Uncle and the two children come into the room. Uncle. Why are you shouting? Aunt. Seema is missing. Have any of you seen her? The two children shake their heads. Grandma comes in. Grandma. Does anyone want more laddus? Mother. Seema's missing. Father. Coming in. The bride and the groom are on their way. What happened? Why is everyone shouting? Two children together. Seema's missing. Everyone starts calling out Seema's name and searching for her. Still in the living room, the whole family is present. The doorbell rings. Grandma. Must be Seema. She opens the door. It's the food delivery man. Grandma. Oh no. Just put all the food on the table in the garden for now. The man nods, takes the money and leaves. Mother. We should call the police. Father. I have already done that. Child 2. Has she been kidnapped? Child 1. So exciting. Aunt. Shh. The doorbell rings again. Grandma. Must be the police. She opens the door and it's Seema. She's eating a dhokla. Still in the living room. Mother. Seema, where on earth were you? Seema. In the garden. I couldn't study inside, so I went there. Father. We have been shouting for you. Didn't you hear us? Seema. I fell asleep. I woke up when I heard someone putting things on the table next to me. Everyone laughs. The doorbell rings again. Uncle. Who could it be now? He opens the door. It's a police officer. Policeman. Good afternoon. What is the problem here? Grandma. Nothing. We were just worried about Seema. Do you want a laddu? Everyone sits in the living room and eats the laddus, including the police officer. Story: Sweet Porridge. There was once a little girl. She lived with her mother in a small cottage. The mother worked very hard. Still, they had very little money. Sometimes they did not have enough to eat. One day, there was nothing for dinner. The little girl went to the forest to look for berries and nuts. There she met a strange old woman. "Why are you sad, my child?" asked the old woman. "We have no food at home," said the girl. The old woman took out a small pot from under her cloak. "Take this pot," she said. "When you say, 'Cook, little pot, cook,' it will make you nice sweet porridge. When you say, 'Stop, little pot, stop,' it will stop cooking." The little girl thanked the old woman and ran home to her mother. From that day, she and her mother were never hungry. One day, the little girl was visiting her friend. Some neighbors came to their cottage. Her mother wanted to show them the magic pot. She said, "Cook, little pot, cook." The pot started cooking lovely hot porridge. But when the pot was full, the mother could not remember what to say to make it stop. "That's enough, little pot," she said. "Please stop, little pot," she said. The little pot kept on cooking. The porridge spilled over. It ran onto the floor. It flowed like a river out of the cottage door and into the streets. And still the mother couldn't remember the right words. The river of sweet porridge entered people's homes. Finally, it reached the house of the little girl's friend. Someone got a boat and rowed the little girl back to her own house. As soon as they reached her cottage, she called out, "Stop, little pot, stop!" The pot stopped cooking. The village was saved from drowning in porridge. The mother learned a lesson. She did not ever start anything before learning how to stop it. Story: Talking toys. It was a holiday. The local market was full of people. The toy shop opened at 9 a.m. There were many toys like wooden toys, soft toys, board games, bats and balls, and many others. All the toys in the toy shop were waiting to see who would buy them. Look there! Shouted the toy kitten. They saw two girls coming towards the shop, but they passed by just looking at the toys through the windows. Oh no! Exclaimed all the toys at once. After some time, a girl and a little boy stopped at the door of the toy shop. Their father stopped too. The girl pointed at the board games displayed in the shop. Finally, she chose the game Snakes and Ladders. Oh! Sighed the toys together. Next, they saw a woman and her son coming in. There was excitement in the shop among the toys. A talking doll said, "It would be so nice if they picked me up." "I would be happy if they chose me," thought the toy elephant. "Namaste, how may I help you?" asked the toy shopkeeper. "Namaste, I want to buy a toy for my son," said the woman, looking at the toys in the racks. I want that Vande Bharat train," said the little boy, pointing to the toy train. "I bought the Vande Bharat toy train." The little boy was happy. Then two girls came in. The toys looked at them eagerly. Zoom! "Friends, I think they would like to fly me," said the aeroplane confidently. "Tren, tren, I think they may like to play with me," thought the toy phone. One girl bought marbles and the other bought the toy aeroplane. After a while, a group of children came into the toy shop. "Wow, I like this toy elephant," said the girl with long hair. "I will take this spinning top," said the boy with the red cap. "I like these cute dancing dolls," said the boy in the blue shirt. The children bought the toys. They left the shop cheerfully. Story. Thank God. Once upon a time, there was a farmer who liked fruits. So, he decided to grow fruits on his land. He worked hard to grow a variety of fruits. With hard work and care, the trees grew well. He took special care to grow grapes and watermelons in a small corner of his farm. When the fruits were all ripe and ready to be eaten, the farmer decided to gift the best fruit to the king. Then his wife said, "This year, the best fruits on our farm are the watermelons and the grapes." The farmer thought about it and said, "Since it is a long journey to the palace, I shall take the grapes as watermelons are too heavy." So he put bunches of grapes in a basket and walked to the king's palace. The farmer reached the palace. He told the palace guard that he had brought a gift for the king. The palace guard then took him to the royal garden. The farmer saw the king playing with the princess. So he quietly kept the basket full of grapes in front of him and sat down. When the king sat down to rest, the guard brought the basket of grapes to the king. The guard pointed to the farmer and told the king that the grapes were a gift from the farmer. The king saw the farmer. The king was still in a playful mood. He took a bunch of grapes from the basket. He plucked out one grape and popped it into his mouth. Then he plucked another grape and threw it playfully at the farmer. When the grape hit the farmer's forehead, he said, "Thank God." The king was surprised. He threw a grape again. The farmer again said, "Thank God, I am blessed." The king asked the farmer, "Why are you thanking God when I am throwing grapes at you?" The wise farmer replied with a smile, "O mighty king, I had grown the best grapes and watermelons on my farm. I chose the grapes to gift to you. Imagine if I had brought watermelons. Indeed, God is great."
Story: The Ant and the Dove. On his way home, an ant saw a sparkling fountain. He crawled onto its wall to take a closer look. Suddenly, he slipped and fell into the water. He gurgled and panicked and waved his legs in the air. "Help! I can't swim!" he cried. Luckily, just at that moment, a friendly dove flew by. She saw that the tiny ant was drowning and quickly flew to a nearby tree. She pulled off a leaf and let it glide down to the ant. "Here you are," she cooed, and flew away.
Story: The Ant Hill. Once upon a time, a large group of ants gathered at a spot in the jungle. The queen ant had fallen in love with a spot near the pond under a big oak tree. They decided to build an ant hill on that spot. The ant hill was supposed to be almost 100 times the size of the worker ants. All the worker ants got to work and started planning the construction of this huge and majestic ant hill. Just then, a sparrow happened to fly by. The sparrow overheard the plan of building the ant hill. He chuckled and said, "You tiny ants are going to build such a great ant hill? Is that a joke? You wouldn't be able to complete it in 100 years." The worker ants didn't pay attention to the sparrow and started working. After weeks of hard work, a huge and beautiful ant hill was finally ready. The worker ants had succeeded. Moral of the story: even a big task begins in a small way. Story: The Ass in the Lion's Skin. Once there was a washerman. He had an ass. The ass had always an uncontrollable craving for food. He was not interested in doing his master's work. The washerman was very poor. He was not able to feed his lazy ass to his heart's content. Therefore, one day he left the ass in the jungle. When the ass was roaming in search of food, he found a lion's skin in the jungle. He stopped and stared at the lion's skin. He sniffed the skin until he was quite sure that there was no lion inside it. He thought of an idea. The ass said to himself, "Even though I have a loud voice, yet I can never frighten people. If I put this skin on my body, people will think that I am a lion, and they will be frightened of me." So he took the lion's skin and got dressed up in it, and there he stood, looking just like a lion. His nose, ears, and his tail were still visible out of the skin. Soon he began to think that he was a lion. The ass had heard that people were more afraid of the lion than of any other animal. To prove it, he went down to the village. Deer, rabbit, and other animals got frightened when they saw the lion approaching towards them. Then the ass trotted towards the people in the village to frighten them. The villagers saw him coming and they ran away in fear. Helter-skelter they ran, and the ass ran after them, clippity-clop. "Help!" wailed the people. "We shall be eaten alive!" And they ran faster and faster. "What a fun!" thought the ass, kicking his legs high in the air. "The people are getting frightened of me. I am enjoying the moment." While running after the people, the lion's skin fell off. In his excitement, the ass did not notice and continued running. To frighten the people even more, he tried to give a mighty lion's roar. Hee-haw! As soon as the people heard him braying, they stopped and looked back. When the people came to know that it was not a lion chasing them, they ran towards the ass. Without the lion's skin, no one was afraid of the ass anymore. When the ass noticed the people running towards him in anger, he started running back and saved his life. Moral of the story: clothes may disguise a fool, but his words will expose him. Story: The Bear and Two Travelers. John and Andrew were two best friends. They were studying in the same class. They always used to share their things with each other. They used to spend most of the time together. One day, they both decided to visit a forest. They were enjoying their visit. They knew that anything dangerous can happen to them anytime in the forest. So, they promised each other that they would remain united in any case of danger. But suddenly, while walking through the forest, they saw a bear approaching them. He looked straight at the two friends. The two friends were frightened and ran away. They had no guns to fight with the bear. The bear grinned, showing his big sharp teeth, and began lumbering towards both of them. They decided to climb up on a tree that was near to save their life. But John hurt himself and didn't manage to climb. His friend Andrew was so concerned to save his own life that he forgot about John and didn't offer to help him. So, the only idea that crossed his mind that moment was to lay on the ground and pretend to be dead. The bear came up and walked all around him. He sniffed John's feet, then his legs and his back. But John stayed very still. He shut his eyes tight and held his breath. Then the bear sniffed at his ear. "He must be dead. I never eat dead people," the bear growled. So the bear went away without killing John. John opened his eyes and saw the bear going back to the forest. But he lay very still until the bear was gone. When it was safe, Andrew came down from the tree. He was watching everything from the tree and wanted to know why the bear had gone away without eating John. "What did the bear say in your ear?" Andrew asked. John sat up and got to his feet. He looked sternly at Andrew and said, "That I should never travel with a friend who deserts me at the approach of danger." Then he turned and he walked away. Moral of the story: a friend in need is a friend indeed. Hard times will always reveal good friends. Story: The Big Mix-Up. Cherry and Chase said Mom as she was leaving, "I have to go and visit Aunt Rita in hospital. Would you please do a few things while I am away? I've made a list." "Sure, Mom," said Cherry, waving goodbye. Feed the cat and the canary. Measure and soak a cup of dried beans. Change the towels in the bathroom. Dust the dining room. Lay the table. Draw the curtains. "That's a very long list," grumbled Chase. "If you do two of the chores, I'll do the others," suggested Cherry. Chase wondered what the cat ate. He stared at the cans and bags in the kitchen. In the meantime, Cherry scooped a cup full of dried beans out of a bag and then looked at the list again. "Soak a cup of dried beans," she read. "Now I wonder, does Mom want me to soak the cup or the beans? And how do I measure them? Perhaps she wants me to count them. Very confusing," she thought. So she tipped the beans into a bowl with some water to soak. She put the cup into the bowl as well, just in case. Chase found a box of cat food and put some in the cat's bowl. Now what about the canary? He wondered. Too lazy to look any further, he put some in the canary's bowl as well. Cherry went to the bathroom. How did Mom expect her to change the towels? She loved painting. So she used purple and green paints and made pretty flowers on them. Another job done well, she thought. The next job was to dust the dining room. She went outside and collected a handful of fine sand from the garden. She carefully blew little puffs all over the furniture. "That is dusty enough," she said to herself. "Now, how should I lay the table? When I lie down to sleep, I turn on my side," she thought. The table was heavy, so she called Chase. He rolled his eyes but helped her to turn the table on its side. "Well, that's the table laid," she said proudly. Chase flopped down on the couch. "Hurry up, you haven't drawn the curtains yet. Mom will be home soon." "Ugh," said Chase. Cherry fetched a sheet of paper and some crayons and hurriedly drew a picture of the kitchen curtains. She was quite pleased with her drawing. Soon Mom returned home. "Thank you, children. Aunt Rita feels better." "What? Is that cat food in the canary's bowl?" she exclaimed. "I thought the canary would like to eat something different," Chase explained. Mom laughed. "I think you should rather give it these seeds." Mom went to the bathroom to wash her hands. "Oh no, my beautiful new towels! What happened to them?" "You asked us to change them, Mom, and I thought the best way was to paint them." Mom just shook her head. "Did you lay the table for dinner?" "For dinner? You didn't list that. You just wrote lay the table, and I thought that was what you meant." Mom looked upset. "Come, help me lift the table to set it back straight, and let me show you how to lay the table." "And why didn't you draw the curtains? The house gets so hot in the afternoon." "But I did," exclaimed Cherry. "Chase wouldn't do it, but I did." She held up her drawing proudly. "Look at this." After dinner that evening, Mom said, "Thank you for trying to help today, but I think I should let you help me with household chores more often so that you can learn how to do things properly." Story: The Blue Jackal. Long time ago, there lived a jackal in a forest. He was very hungry and thought of going to the nearby village to look for food. As the jackal entered the village, a group of dogs chased him. The jackal got frightened. He ran fast and jumped into the house of a painter, but accidentally fell into a drum filled with blue paint. He was covered in blue from head to toe. When the dogs stopped barking, the jackal quietly crawled out of the drum. He saw his reflection in a mirror and was surprised to see his blue-colored body. He was very upset and ran into the forest. When he reached the forest, the animals got scared and ran away. Seeing the animals run in fear, the jackal thought of an idea. He shouted, "Please don't run. You don't need to be afraid of me. I am a special animal and God has sent me to protect you." The innocent animals believed the jackal and accepted him as the king. The jackal was very happy now. He did not have to go looking around for food. All the animals took care of him. The jackal was so happy and excited to see all the animals take care of him that he started howling loudly. Suddenly, from a distance, some other jackals started howling too. Hearing his howl, the animals realized they have been fooled by a jackal. They all shouted and chased him out of the jungle. Story: The Blue Kite. One day, Zippy the blue kite is flying high in the sky. Some birds fly past her. Zippy hears them talking. The kites in China are of such bright colors. You can see them from far away, says a duck. And they have so many different shapes, adds a goose. Chinese kites are the best. Zippy looks at herself. She is just a square blue kite. The kites in China must be so much better than me, she thinks. I must see them. The next morning, Zippy takes off for China. The wise old owl sitting in the pine tree tells her how to get there. China is far, my dear. Fly east until you see the Sea of Grey Whales, says the owl. Zippy flies for many days and many nights. She flies over tall mountains and thick forests. Zippy is finally flying over a deep blue sea. She sees something huge and grey in the water. It is a grey whale. Zippy knows she is now close to China. She sees the Great Wall of China winding over mountains and valleys. She sees giant pandas climbing tall bamboo trees. She is flying over China. Soon Zippy begins to see many colorful shapes in the sky. The kites in China really do look amazing. A huge yellow and red dragon kite flies towards Zippy. Behind her is a colorful butterfly kite. Kites of many different shapes and colors are soon flying all around Zippy. But why are they all looking at her? You look so beautiful, blue kite, says the dragon kite. I wish I had a simple shape like you. You look so pretty, says the butterfly kite. The other kites agree. They all admire Zippy. Zippy looks at herself. She is a lovely blue like the deep blue sea. Her square shape is simple, but it makes her look elegant. And Zippy is strong too. She can fly all the way to China. Zippy feels proud of herself. The kites in China are amazing, but she is amazing too. Story: The Bootham's Task. Many years ago, there was a huge Bootham that caused countless pains to the humans. No one knew when it would wake up and become hungry. It would sleep for days on end and then suddenly wake up one midnight. As soon as it woke up, it would walk to the closest village, grab the sleeping men, gorge on them, and return to its dark mountain cave to fall asleep again. Now, Boothams are creatures gifted with magical powers. They can, if they wish, disappear into a tiny mustard seed, or grow so large as to grab at the moon in the sky, or grow lakhs of hands so as to accomplish in an instant a task that would take a crore of men 6 months to finish, or change their form into that of any living creature. So our Bhutam had no reason to fear mere humans. It went on feeding on living things and sleeping as it pleased. It had started with eating up the birds and the beasts and the reptiles that lived in the forest, and now it had turned its eyes on the villagers. The Raja and the minister of the land consulted days and nights about ways to tackle the Bhutam. They searched for sorcerers who could annihilate Bhutams until finally they found a reliable one. The sorcerer said, "You can feed this Bhutam till he becomes full, but you can never set it a task that it won't be able to finish in the blink of an eye. When it is done with its work, if we don't have another job ready, it will go mad and eat us." The Raja said very blithely, "As if we don't have plenty of work waiting to be completed. Go fetch me the Bhutam and then see how I tire it out." So the sorcerer brought the Bhutam straight to the palace. It had taken the form of a tiny black monkey. The sorcerer brought it in on a leash like a puppy dog. The Raja gifted the sorcerer what he wanted for this service. Once the sorcerer left, the Bhutam turned to the Raja and said mockingly,
"So, you are the one who is going to keep me busy, are you?"
Even its smile was terrifying.
"Go on, give me some work, or else I shall kick you and your palace like a football."
Naturally, the Raja and the minister had drawn up a list of chores for the Bhutam to do. The first day, they asked it to deepen all the reservoirs in the land and strengthen their banks.
"That's a snap,"
said Bhutam, and promptly disappeared. It returned even before the Raja could finish a yawn and asked,
"And the next job?"
"Have you really unclogged all the reservoirs, deepened them, and strengthened their banks?" asked the Raja.
"Come and check for yourself,"
replied the Bhutam, and it carried the entire ministry along with the Raja on a single palm and showed them the reservoirs. They realized that the Bhutam was not lying. But how had it managed to finish in the blink of an eye? They had not expected it to finish so fast. They had hoped to keep it busy with this work for a few months at least. The second job they gave it was to do the same to the rivers in the region, for during every monsoon the rivers were flooding and destroying the fertile fields. The Raja and minister had no time to sleep, eat, or even brush their teeth. The Bhutam completed the course so fast that they needed to constantly come up with more work. Third, they wanted all the temples renovated. Fourth, they asked for all the potholes in all the roads in the area to be filled in. Fifth, they asked for new roads to regions afar. The Bhutam finished each task in no more time than it took for them to give the order. Just when the Raja and the minister began to worry that they would soon run out of jobs for the Bhutam and that there was no way to escape becoming its next snack, the Rani decided to drop in. The minister at once left them to their privacy. The Rani was very hungry. She had just come out of a warm bath and was combing the knots out of her long hair as she entered. "Why have you not come in for your dinner?" she demanded, and immediately the Raja, as if waiting for her to ask this, poured out the story of everything that had happened. "We may as well skip our dinner, for soon we are going to be gobbled up by that Bhutham," he moaned. The Bhutham chose that moment to enter and demand,
What is my next work?
"Make me huge tubs and fill them with the water of the 7 holy rivers of this land," commanded the Raja. It is auspicious to bath in the 7 holy waters just before breathing one's last breath, so as to attain instant nirvanam after death. As the Bhutham left to obey, the Rani whispered to the Raja, "Tell the Bhutham to come to me for its next core." When the Bhutham returned with the holy water, the Raja went for his bath, asking it to take its next order from the Rani. "Bring me every pearl from the depths of every ocean on this earth," bade the Rani. The Bhutham did so in 2 minutes. "Now bring me all the precious coral from the reefs," she said, and the Bhutham did. "Fetch every grain of gold from every mine," she exclaimed, and the Bhutham did. All the while, as the Rani gave her commands, she was removing the tangles in her tresses with her left hand. Finally, she gave the Bhutham one long strand of hair and said, "Take this hair to your cave, sit there and divide it into 108 exactly equal pieces. You are not to step out of the cave until you have done so." The Bhutham left. The Raja came from his bath. "Can we go for dinner now?" asked the Rani. "But the Bhutham?" whispered the Raja. She told him about her order, to which he barked, "Are you nuts? Why only 108 pieces? He could even come back with 1008 pieces of your hair." "I am not nuts, you are. The Bhutham will not be able to divide it into 2 equal pieces, let alone 108 equal pieces. After all, it is hair." One day passed, and another, and several more. The Bhutham did not step out of its cave at all. Of course, the wise Rani was right. She had indeed saved the land and its people. The Bhutham is still stuck in its cave, puzzling over this core. Story: The Boy and the Rabbit. One evening, when the boy was going to bed, he couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry, so she simply looked about her, and seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, she dragged the rabbit out by one ear and put him into the boy's arms. That night, and for many nights after, the Velveteen Rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first, he found it rather uncomfortable, for the boy hugged him very tight, and sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. But very soon he grew to like it, for the boy used to talk to him and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows that real rabbits lived in. And when the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin and dream, with the boy's hands clasped close round him all night long. And so time went on, and the little rabbit was very happy, so happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and all the pink rubbed off his nose where the boy had kissed him. Spring came, and they had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. And once, when the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea, the rabbit was left out in the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with the candle because the boy couldn't go to sleep without him. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy." "Give me my bunny," said the boy. "You must not say that. He isn't a toy. He's real." When the little rabbit heard that, he was happy. He was real. The boy himself had said it.
Story: The Cap Seller and the Monkeys. Once upon a time, there was a cap seller. He traveled far and wide on foot to different towns and villages. He put the caps in a huge basket and carried the basket on his head wherever he went. One hot day, he was crossing a big forest. He sat under a big tree and put his heavy basket aside and slept for some time. A group of monkeys saw the caps in his basket. They climbed down the tree and took the caps out from the basket and started playing with the caps. The cap seller woke up and saw his basket empty. He was very surprised to see the monkeys playing with his caps. The cap seller shouted, "Hey, give me back my caps!" The monkeys only mocked back in response. The cap seller pointed at his cap and kept shouting, "I want my caps back! Give me back my caps!" In response, the monkeys only pointed fingers and moved. He realized and began to think that the monkeys were only imitating him. He suddenly had an idea. He took the cap he was wearing on his head and threw it to the ground. The monkeys did the same in response. They all threw their caps to the ground. The cap seller collected all the caps, put them back in the basket, and went happily.
Story: The Cap Seller and the Monkeys. Once there was a man who sold caps. He carried many caps in a basket on his head. He was a cap seller. One day he slept under a tree. There were monkeys on the tree. They came down from the tree. They took away all the caps. The cap seller woke up. He saw the basket was empty. He looked around and above. The monkeys were wearing his caps. The cap seller shook his fists at the monkeys. They also did the same. The cap seller scratched his head. The monkeys did the same. The cap seller had an idea. He took off his cap and threw it into the empty basket. The monkeys also did the same. The cap seller got all his caps back and went away happily.
Story: The Cracked Pot. In the village of Bharatpur, there lived a farmer. He had 2 pots. Every morning he took the pots to fill water from the river. After filling water in the pots, he would tie them to a long pole. Then he would place the pole across his shoulders and walk home. Now, one of the pots had a small crack at the base. So, each time the farmer walked back home from the river, a small stream of water trickled along the way from that pot. By the time the farmer reached home, the cracked pot would be half empty. The farmer, however, loved the pot very much. So, he kept using it. One day, the farmer saw the cracked pot crying. He was shocked and asked the pot why it was crying. The cracked pot replied, "I have a hole, so water leaks out and I am always half empty. That is why you get less water." The cracked pot started crying again. The farmer took the pot outside. He pointed toward the flowers growing on one side of the path. He said, "It is the same side where the water has dripped from you." The farmer also said, "There are no flowers on the other side of the path. This is because it has not received a single drop of water from the other pot. That is why I have been using you," the farmer added. The pot became very happy as it felt it was useful, though it was not perfect.
Story: The Crow and the Pitcher. One summer afternoon, a thirsty crow was flying around in search of water. The ponds were dry, and so were the wells. At last, he saw a pitcher and flew down. When he reached near it, he saw that the pitcher had very little water in it. He peeped inside the pitcher, but his beak did not reach the water. He stretched his neck. Still, he could not reach the water. The crow became sad. When he looked around, he found some pebbles lying nearby. Seeing the pebbles, he thought of an idea. He picked them up one by one with his beak and dropped them into the pitcher. Soon the water came up. The crow drank the water and flew away happily. Story: The Crow's Trick. One afternoon, when the sun was over the head, the sweltering condition was unbearable. A crow came from a distant place. He searched for water here and there, but could not find water to quench his thirst. Then he spotted a pitcher. He flew to the pitcher with the hope of getting some water in it, and luckily he found water in the pitcher. Again the crow faced difficulty in getting to the water, as it was at the bottom of the pitcher in a very small quantity. He tried to reach the level of water but did not succeed. The crow thought for a while and applied a trick to reach the water. He gathered some pebbles lying around and threw them in the pitcher. The crow saw water rising up, but still it had not reached the level where he could get it. He again collected some more pebbles lying around and threw them in the pitcher. This time he succeeded in reaching water with his beak. The crow gulped down the water and his thirst was quenched. Moral of the story: one can get what he or she wants if one tries hard. Story: The Crow's Trick. One afternoon, when the sun was over the head, the sweltering condition was unbearable. A crow came from a distant place. He searched for water here and there, but could not find water to quench his thirst. Then he spotted a pitcher. He flew to the pitcher with the hope of getting some water in it, and luckily he found water in the pitcher. Again the crow faced difficulty in getting to the water, as it was at the bottom of the pitcher in a very small quantity. He tried to reach the level of water but did not succeed. The crow thought for a while and applied a trick to reach the water. He gathered some pebbles lying around and threw them in the pitcher. The crow saw water rising up, but still it had not reached the level where he could get it. He again collected some more pebbles lying around and threw them in the pitcher. This time he succeeded in reaching water with his beak. The crow gulped down the water and his thirst was quenched. Moral of the story: one can get what he or she wants if one tries hard. Once a cunning jackal jumped into a big tub of blue dye. "I am your king," he said. All the animals, big and small, believed him and bowed before him. The clever jackal smiled. Now he was the most powerful animal in the forest. He was proud to be a king. Once the jackal woke up in the middle of the night. The jackals in the forest were howling at the full moon in the sky. The blue jackal forgot he was a king. He too began to howl. "Ooh, ooh," he cried. The animals ran out to see. "He is not a king, he is just a jackal," they shouted. They rushed to attack him. "Stop, stop, I am sorry I tricked you. Please do not punish me," said the blue jackal. The animals forgave him, but only after he vowed never to bother anyone again. Story: The Dog and His Shadow. Once a dog stole a piece of bone from the market. He was very happy. He was going along the side of a stream and came to the bridge. He wanted to cross the bridge. While going over the bridge, he saw that another dog was crossing the bridge with a piece of bone in its mouth. All of a sudden, a thought came across his mind. He said to himself, "If I snatch away that piece of bone, I shall have 2 pieces of bone." But he did not think for once about his shadow. His shadow reflected on the water. He saw the reflection of his own shadow in the translucent water of the stream. Anyway, he thought another dog would leave without delay. He ran to another dog quickly. Thus, led by temptation, he forgot about the piece of bone of his mouth. When he gaped his mouth to snatch away that false piece of bone, the piece of bone in his mouth dropped into the water. It was carried away by the current stream of water. He saw that the piece of bone of another dog also dropped into the water, as like as him. Then he realized that it was his own shadow. He said to himself, "Alas, have lost my piece of bone. If I did not run after the dog, it would not have happened. Now nothing can be done." Having lost his own piece of bone, the dog went away disappointed. Moral of the story: do not be greedy.